When they met, the way they smiled, I knew that I was through. Oh, you crazy one, what did you do? When they kissed, they tried to say that it was just unfair.
Oh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome at the track deep dive of Nature 2.0. Please welcome your host of this afternoon, Pep Rosenveld.
Thank you guys, good morning, and welcome to the beautiful Nieuwe Liefde and this deep dive into Nature 2.0. My name is Pep Rosenveld, and I'm not going to tell you anything about Nature 2.0. I'm the founder of Boom Chicago, just around the corner here in Amsterdam. Let me just actually, before we begin, because you're stuck with me all day, are there folks, let me know with your cheers and applause if you're familiar with Boom Chicago, you've been to a Boom Chicago show before. And now go even crazier if you're seeing someone in front of you from Boom Chicago for the first time in your life. I just want to be clear that those two amounts of applause did not add up to 100% of the room. We had some double voters. So, next time pick your side and stick with it. But for those of you that don't know, before we start, I just want to let you know, I basically came to the city 25 years ago with a buddy of mine and did that very American thing where you sort of, spend 2 days in all of the cool cities of Europe, and then you've done Europe and you never come back. We did something very un-American. We fell in love with Amsterdam and decided to move here. I mean, not for the reason you think. No, right? No, it was for the drugs. So we moved here. We started the theater Boom Chicago, and now we've grown into one of the bigger theaters in town. And it's a pleasure for me because I get to travel around doing shows for events and festivals, for business events. But I have to say, it is always my greatest pleasure to be in my hometown in front of my very favorite audience of them all. Entrepreneurs, members of the startup and established business communities, and AI and blockchain enthusiasts. So thanks. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's a real honor. So why are we all here today together? We are here. Hey, where's the live stream camera, by the way? I want to make sure I greet the live stream. Hey, live stream camera. So this is all live streamed, by the way. So if you're near one of the cameras, be enthusiastic with your applause. But if you're whispering to your neighbor, just think to yourself, do you want the world to hear what you're whispering? And to the live stream camera, I just want to welcome you. I have a special and the way, Nature 2.0. So thank you. Nature 2.0, of course, is just part of Odyssey. And you see Odyssey there. It is the biggest blockchain and AI hackathon in the world. And Nature 2.0 will clearly focus on the odd and not the easy part of Odyssey. So did you guys get that on the live stream? You got that? Great. So today we're going to learn all there is to learn about Nature 2.0, what it means, what the track means during the hackathon, and hopefully we can actually create the first step toward buildable ideas for the hackathon, find team members, and really roll up our sleeves and start thinking about what you can build for the track. I want to just give you a quick short overview. Can I talk to you for a moment? A short overview of what you can expect for the rest of the afternoon. So you can see, and I'm going to point up here though. Just spoiler alert, I've got it right here in front of me. We're gonna start with a couple of talks. I'm not going to walk you through them. You're here for it, but we'll hear a bunch of talks to basically let you know what the track is all about. In the beginning, it'll be here's what the track is. And in block 2, it'll be a bit more of really building ecosystems and communities. And then block 3 is when a colleague of mine and I will try and put it all together and help you make sense of the whole thing. And hopefully, we'll be able to make sense of the whole thing, because I'm not going to lie, it's a little confusing right now. Okay, how can you participate? We want this to be an interactive afternoon. We don't want you to just sit there and and ignore everything on your phones and tablets and what have you. So to make it more interactive, we've got an app, and it's actually an online app. You don't have to download anything. So, if you've got an iPhone, you don't have to go to the App Store. If you've got an Android phone, you don't have to go to the Google Play Store. And if you have a Windows phone, you don't have to lament that you have a bad phone. But what we've got is, it's this website right there. You go right there to the website. You go there, and you'll find a place where you can do two things, both super useful. The first is there's kind of a Tinder for hackathon. So if you've always wanted to try Tinder, but you're not the type of person that would actually try Tinder, this is your chance. You can swipe right on potential team members, swipe left on people that don't apply, and then once you have your team, if you want to try and get a little creepy with each other, that is really 100% up to you guys. But this is going to help you find team members to work with for the hackathon. Second thing is questions. At the end of every talk, hopefully there'll be a little time for questions. It sort of depends on the speakers, I'm not going to lie. But we've got questions in two ways. The first is the classic extrovert-friendly catch box. We'll throw it to you, and it's super soft, so we're going to throw it hard and hope it hits somebody. But if you've got a question, when it's time for questions, raise your hand. But if you're more of an introvert, we have a Susan Cain-approved system for questions, which is this online app. You can put your questions there, and then after the speakers, we'll take a look. Oh, there's a question from Stephanie Schramm, for example, and then we can get questions that way. We'll try and do a mix, so the type of folks that speak up and the type of folks that type down will all be honored and respected in their questioning. Is this all clear to everybody? Yeah. Any questions so far? I have to tell you, it gets much more difficult after this. Oh, I know what I didn't tell you, the internet. If you're using your data, God bless you, but if you want to use the Wi-Fi, it's pretty simple. It's just the new Leafda, and there's no password, and really, if you can't get on the Wi-Fi, this might not be the event for you. In that case, with no further questions and everybody kind of getting, I'm just going to stall a little bit so you're all signing in and starting the process. Maybe you got a question, who is this guy and why is he here? Please don't ask this. Then we're going to jump right in. And we're going to jump right in by inviting up the founder of Ocean Protocol and the author of the very original Nature 2.0 post in Medium, where, by the way, he continues to write about this new narrative. So here to start us off and tell us just what Nature 2.0 is all about, please welcome to the stage Trent McConaghy. Trent.
Hello, thank you. Hi everyone, it's a pleasure to be here again. So you guys are maybe having me, maybe too much of me in the last day or two, but it's really a pleasure to have you here and enthusiastic to learn about Nature 2.0 and build towards Nature 2.0. So the first thing I want to talk about is seeing if this thing works. Let's see. It does. Wow. Great. So I'm going to start with sort of a pressing concern. In USA, there are 3.5 million truck driver jobs. In perhaps 2 years or 5 years or 10 years max, they'll basically all be gone. Why? Self-driving trucks, right? It makes a lot of sense. It's way more efficient. It saves a lot of money for the operators. But of course, it doesn't make very much, it's not very happy or friendly to the truck drivers themselves. So those 3.5 million truck driver jobs, poof, gone. Due to, well, automation. Not just trucking as well, retail. Amazon Go is a store that Amazon has been pioneering. They're starting to roll them out across dozens of cities where there are literally no employees at the checkout or otherwise. There's 1 or 2 security guards. That's basically it. You walk in, you get your stuff, you walk out. There's literally no checkout. It just knows what it knows you by your face, et cetera, and you just go. They've been beta trialing it for the last couple of years, but yeah, it's scaling up now. In USA alone, there are 4.6 million retail jobs. Where will they go? Poof. Not so happy, right? But you might think, maybe I'm okay because I'm a creative person, right? I studied, I went to university, I do stuff that AI can't possibly automate. Well, think again. This here is an antenna that was designed not by an RF engineer, maybe from NXP, not by an RF engineer that has, say, 4 years of electrical engineering undergrad and another 4 years of PhD. No, it was evolved by an evolutionary algorithm running for a few hours, and it came up with this design, basically a bent paperclip, but it happens to be better than any human-designed antenna in the planet for its application. This was evolved actually in about 2005. After that, a company called X5 Systems, by one of the creators of the algorithm, was formed, and now they've been flying up these antennas into space for many, many years, and it's become a standard part of the design practice for antennas. Myself, I did a PhD in creative AI as well, so I see basically that it's not just antennas. There's application of creative AI in many, many places, and we're starting to see this take off more and more and more. So myself, as an AI researcher, spent many, many years doing that. I've come to the perhaps scary conclusion that AI might not just take away 5% or 10% of the jobs. It might take away 99% of the jobs. And I sometimes think, oh, well, at least the one last thing that might be left is that of AI researcher itself. But actually, I have AI researcher friends who are also automating AI itself, right? So maybe no job is safe. And so this is kind of a concern, not just for blue-collar workers, but also white-collar for the creative jobs and so on. So this leads to a question of, in an age of AI, how do we feed our families, right? And that's sort of addressing the negative, but maybe there's a positive way to frame this, which is AI, it does promise massive efficiency gains, massive improvements in how we get things done, in how we make bread, in how we transport goods, etc. So is there a way to actually use AI to achieve abundance? So flipping it around, rather than just trying to stop the negative, trying to go for the positive, maybe even the extreme positive. What does that look like? Today I'm going to talk to you about a potential vision for this, which of course is Nature 2.0. With that, I'm going to cover sort of 3 parts and then synthesize them. I'm going to talk about good old Nature 1.0. I'm going to talk about AI. I'm going to talk about blockchain. And then I'm going to bring it all together. So let's talk about Nature 1.0. Nature itself doesn't call itself a 1.0, of course. It's just continually evolving. That's a label I gave it. But you need a 1.0 before a 2.0, right? So let's take a tree. This is just simply a tree. And it's there. It takes in nutrients. It takes in rain. It takes in CO2. It takes in sun. And it manufactures wood. It interacts with the environment. It has symbiosis with animals, the squirrels and the chipmunks living on the trees and around the trees, and with the soil below and everything there. And overall, trees, they're kind of interesting. They have no identity. They have no sense of ownership. They have no sense of scarcity, no sense of money. They just are. They're self-sustaining. And a cluster of trees or a forest of trees is anti-fragile. If you kick it, it can be stronger, as long as you don't kick it too hard. And of course, this isn't just a tree. If we have larger and larger ecosystems, ever higher levels of integration, going from the flora and fauna, we could get to ecosystems higher and higher. And each ecosystem itself just is. It's self-sustaining and anti-fragile. If you kick it, it gets stronger. And if we keep going up to the very, very largest level, we have Mother Earth, the ecosystem of our whole planet, our whole spaceship. Nature, then, is the cradle of civilization. It's what humanity lives on, the substrate that we rely upon, planet Earth. So that's sort of a framing of Nature 1.0. Let's now talk about some nerdy technology things, AI and blockchain. So AI, there's quite a few ways to frame AI. There's no one single definition. I'm going to talk about a few. If you go back to the 50s, and earlier even, Alan Turing basically framed it as AI replicates human cognitive behavior. And this is best manifested in the Turing test, basically trying to decipher whether the entity talking back and forth to you via text messages is a human or a computer. So, trying to replicate human behavior. But of course, it doesn't have to be just that. There's other ways to frame AI. One of them is, well, doing tasks that only a human could previously do, such as the antenna from NASA. But you can not just be equal, but you can do way better. So in the design of chips, for example, in a given chip, you might have 1 billion or 10 billion transistors. This chip is designed typically by a team of engineers of 10 to 50 engineers over 3 months. So 10 billion parts designed in 3 months by 10 people. How is that possible? Well, under the hood, it is AI tools that are compiling together the specifications from the engineers and making the layouts, et cetera, to be manufactured. So this is not possible if you did it manually. And in fact, a lot of AI tools were developed initially for semiconductor design, such as simulated annealing. So can do a task at a speed or accuracy or capacity simply not possible by a human. That's another great definition of AI. Keeping going. There we go. A more perhaps mundane but practical definition is AI is simply a set of tools. A set of tools that isn't traditionally covered by traditional numerical computing. Some might say it's even all the things in computer science that are still sufficiently mysteries before being technologies. And these include tools for doing classification, regression, knowledge extraction, optimization, creative design. So classification is simply taking in a vector of inputs, maybe for credit card fraud, what's the salary of someone, what's the age of that person, and then trying to predict whether or not that person has a good chance of paying their bills, such that, should I actually give them a credit card or not? So that's a set of tools. There's, most of the work out there these days, when we hear about AI and deep learning, it's really about classification and regression. But AI itself is so much more than that. Like I mentioned, knowledge extraction or creative design and more. And perhaps the most general idea of AI is artificial general intelligence. And really that comes down to embodied agents. A negative feedback control system where you have these agents running around, getting input from the environment, updating their world model, and based on that world model, actuating the world in new ways. So those are basically a few definitions of AI. I just wanted to give you guys a flavor of kind of what's out there. Now, many of you here probably have background in blockchain, given that we are in a blockchain, and I guess AI hackathon, but I'm going to talk about a few ways to frame blockchain. In the beginning, there was Bitcoin. Now it's actually been live for more than 10 years, which is kind of amazing. Some have framed it as magic internet money, but overall, Bitcoin as e-gold with new characteristics, decentralized, permissionless, et cetera. And so this is a nice starting point, but of course, blockchain is not just Bitcoin. If you want to start with a mundane definition of blockchain, it's simply a linked list, a chain of blocks, where these blocks each hold a set of transactions. And those links are simply hashes. So that's sort of the nerdy computer science definition. You've got replication on this list of 5 copies or 5,000 copies, depending on the network. So that's sort of a definition, but what we can do is abstract to higher and higher and higher levels. So the next level up would be a decentralized database. And in this definition, this picture, does anyone know what this is? Any guesses? Yes, Oracle, exactly. So, and what it also is, though, is the logo for databases. So Larry Ellison does have a sense of humor, a small sense, maybe a big sense, but a sense of humor. It's right by the SFO airport, if you're ever in SFO, so you're driving by in Burlingame and you'll see this. So that's the Oracle databases. Those actually aren't filled with data. That's just the offices for Oracle, so you guys know. But decentralized database. So a blockchain can be framed as a decentralized database, a database that happens to have no single entity that owns or controls it. Keeping going. You can go one level higher and say it's a trust machine. Now, some people might hear the word trust machine and think, okay, I can put anything in and it automatically converts it to truth, truth washing. No, that's not what trust machine means. What trust machine means is it minimizes the trust needed to operate. So you can have 1,000 entities running 1,000 nodes, and if a few of them start to act badly, that's okay, it doesn't take down the whole system. You can have a pretty large fraction of them acting badly and you're still okay. That's what trust means. So it's about trust minimization. And this leads to social scalability, as Nick Szabo talks about. So keeping going even higher and higher levels, we can go to DAO, decentralized autonomous organization. And this is a way of framing where you have this computational process that's running, but it's running autonomously on decentralized infrastructure, such as, say, Ethereum, and it has resource manipulation. It's got its own wallet, et cetera. So a simple way of framing that is it's code that can own stuff. And that's quite remarkable. This is kind of the first time we've had this in human history. Or a simple way to, another framing is it's a good computer virus. So, most computer viruses out there run around and they're kind of acting badly or doing negative things, but, can we have computer viruses that kind of self-replicate and copy, but do good things or add a service to society? So that's quite a few definitions of blockchain to help set the stage here, and of AI. I still haven't figured out where to point this thing. Let's see here. Here we go. I'll point it there. Now, of course, I'm going to do, some people might say, oh, that's buzzword bingo, mashing these things together. But, I've spent a long time in the world of AI, about 20 years, and the last 5 years in blockchain, long before either of those were cool. And so, I've been in and out of AI winters. We're now in the middle of a crypto bear market, and we keep building. So I encourage you, we're all here. Building. So anyway, when you merge together AI and blockchain, one thing that you can end up with is what I call AI DAOs, artificial intelligent decentralized autonomous organizations, AI DAOs. So what are they? Well, I'm going to start with an example, the art DAO. So imagine the following. We've got an AI running on a blockchain. What is that? It's just a very, very simple script that can actually create art, generate images. For example, this image on the right was evolved using genetic programming. So there's lots of ways for AIs to create art. You can use deep dreams, lots of ways. So you've got this AI running in a blockchain. It generates a new image, that's step 2. And now what it does is it takes this image and it sells it on a marketplace, say Open Bazaar, a decentralized marketplace. Someone buys it. And maybe it spent 10 cents worth of computation to initially create that image, and it sells it for $1. So it just made 10x. With that, what does it do? It makes 10 more images, and it sells all 10 of them, and then it gets $100, and it keeps repeating and repeating. $100, then it has 1,000, and then 10,000, and maybe eventually it'll have $1 million, and it'll own it itself. We'll have the world's first AI millionaire, and it's super stupid. It really doesn't know anything except for generating art. This could happen. In fact, I hope it does. And actually, with these AI DAO architectures, there's quite a few ways you can approach it. You can have sort of an AI at the center, which is kind of what I described. It's just generating these images, for example. And then around the edges, you have people interacting with the network. And by the way, there is a project now called Autonomous that has been driven by Simon de Rouvier. He was also a co-originator of this idea of AI DAO with myself. And basically, Autonomous is getting built, which is an art DAO getting built. So anyway, going back to the architectures, we can have the AI at the center, the smart contract, or we can have a very, very stupid smart contract at the center, and then have AI at the edges. So imagine like something like the DAO that we had a couple years ago, which was basically the sort of clearinghouse of investment, and there's human investors around it. But imagine if all the investors around it were robots, right? That would be also a way to get at an AI DAO. And this isn't that unlike ad exchanges, right? We have ad exchanges that are running. They're basically clearinghouses. And the people buying and selling ads aren't actually people. It's robots that are herded by people, but it's really robots. So we can have that as well. Finally, we can actually go a bit more general and just say, you know what? We have just a whole bunch of super stupid AI agents running around on Ethereum or whatever, and they're all interacting with each other according to whatever rules. And this is kind of like ant colony optimization or swarm intelligence in general. So in ant colony optimization, you can have 10,000 ants, and each ant, all that it knows is that it's trying to walk forward, and if it's trying to choose whether to go left or right, it has a slightly higher chance of going left if there's a little bit of basically ant poop that's left behind there from previous ants. And basically, over time, what that does is it will actually come up with the optimal routing to go from point A to point B. So that's an example of a very, very simple mechanic that actually can lead to optimal designs in some cases. So that's what the third architecture is about, basically emergent AI DAOs. So once again, there's quite a few ways to have these AI DAOs architectures. They're quite simple. They can be built in a matter of just 10, 50, 100 lines of code sometimes. So with these AI DAOs, what does this lead us to? Well, one thing that's kind of fun is you might ask, when will AIs get rights? And this has been a long-standing debate. Well, there's a funny thing, and the core idea is that corporations are people too, right? They were invented, hundreds of years ago here in the Netherlands, and they have rights, they have liability, and so on. So the core idea is that you start a corporation, and then you automate that corporation into an AI DAO where you basically remove the people. And you can do this in Zug, Switzerland, where you can actually remove the people. This is actually what the DAO did. You can do it in Malta, where the law is there, now allow basically corporations without people attached. And other jurisdictions are doing this as well. I just heard Wyoming has it set up now where an Ethereum address or a blockchain address in general can own a corporation. So it's kind of amazing. So all you need to do is take a corporation and automate it into an AI DAO, and you know what? Guess what? You're done. It's an AI, and it has rights. Straightforward. I'm waiting for someone to do that, by the way, so maybe that's a hackathon challenge for one of you guys, and the world's first AI with actual rights. So let's take all of these things together. I've talked about Nature 1.0. I've talked about AI. I've talked about blockchain. What happens if we start saying, let's merge these together towards this overall goal? Remember at the beginning, how do we not only address the potential woes of AI taking jobs, but rather lead towards a future of abundance, where we can not only feed our families, but perhaps even self-actualize? AI DAOs is basically Nature 2.0 to the moon. So imagine if we have a self-driving car, but it's not just self-driving. Imagine if it owns itself. So this car gets manufactured, and maybe Daimler manufactures it, or Audi. And this car, Audi creates a corporation for this car, and this car runs on the Uber network. And over time, the car buys itself back via the lease, buys itself back from Daimler or Audi. And after 2 years, it's paid itself off. And then after that, it just has surplus, and it keeps going along. So you've got a self-driving, self-owning car. Every single car out there that's self-driving, self-owning could be its own corporation. So this is possible, actually, with essentially today's technology. It's quite remarkable. It seems completely sci-fi, right? Almost unimaginable, yet it's actually possible. And of course, that's very nicely in line with the theme, right? Of become a part of the unimaginable but buildable. That's exactly what we have here. But of course, we don't have to stop at the self-driving, self-owning cars. We can also have self-driving, self-owning trucks. We can have self-owning roads, right? So the roads can be owned by themselves. We can have self-owning wind farms. We can have self-owning power grids. We can even have self-owning forests. And in fact, this is actually a project being pursued by some folks in Berlin and going under the project called Terra Zero. They've also done some very cool flower tokens on the side, but imagine a forest that owns itself, where it isn't subject to the whims of humans that might stop caring, but instead it has a long-term time frame of hundreds or thousands of years where it's buying and selling as it needs. It has its own contracts related to logging where things get logged appropriately, and then it uses that to help buy resources for itself over time. So you can have time scales that are much greater than a single human time scale. So self-owning forests. And with this, of course, we can start at the lowest levels, things like the cars, but then go to ever higher levels of integration, right? From beasts to ecosystems, cars to roads to power grids to whole swarms. And of course, these all can be connected in the internet via IoT devices, machine to machine, and so on, right? And if you think about a car that's self-driving, self-owning, it doesn't really have a sense of identity. It doesn't have a sense of ownership. It doesn't have a sense of scarcity or money. It just is. It's self-sustaining, and even perhaps a little bit anti-fragile. And we can go to the higher levels too. The swarms, higher in the ecosystem, once again. No identity, ownership, scarcity, or money. It just is. And you might ask, how does this relate to the concept of us humans losing all of our jobs, right? Well, imagine with every single one of these cars that is self-owning and self-driving, after it's paid for itself after 2 years, what if it fed all of its surplus into a UBI chain, Universal Basic Income? And that UBI chain was across all jurisdictions of the planet. It wasn't restricted by nation. It was just there. And it's just a very, very simple, stupid smart contract running on Ethereum. For every dollar that goes in, if there's 100 people registered, each person gets a cent, right? So it's just a pass-through. So blockchain actually makes distribution very easy. And then the only question is, how do you get income coming to this? And an answer to this is, well, all the surplus generated by the AIs, where it's, for every job taken away by a self-driving truck, all the surplus from that truck goes into this UBI chain. And of course, this is for the cars, this is for the roads, this is for the power grids, and so on and so forth. And of course, at the very beginning, each person that's registered as a sort of unique human in this thing might only get $1 a month. And you might think, yeah, well, that doesn't affect me. Maybe it doesn't affect you, but it can sure make a difference to a kid in rural Canada, or especially a kid in rural Africa, right? $1 a month can make a huge difference. And over time, as the level rises, as more and more income comes from more and more of these self-owning, self-driving entities, this can feed into this larger and larger chain. And you might ask, well, when do we stop? When do we know we have basic income? And my answer is, why stop at basic? Why stop at barely getting by? Let's move up Maslow's hierarchy from basic income of food, clothing, shelter, water, all the way up to healthcare and education, all the way up to self-actualization, equalizing the opportunity for every human on the planet to self-actualize. So equal opportunities, it might be unequal outcomes, right? Some people work harder, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's how life is. But at least we can level the playing field, equalize the opportunity. And the path to this can be with this vision of Nature 2.0, where we actually take advantage of the AI to lead us into an age of abundance. This is Nature 2.0, biology and machines in symbiosis, simply providing towards abundance. I see it as an upgrade to the cradle of civilization. So let's move towards concluding. On the internet, no one knows you're a dog. You probably heard this a long time ago. Of course, in the crypto internet, no one knows you're a Doge. By the way, this poor Doge died last year, so you know, yeah, no, R.I.P. Shiba. Well, in Nature 2.0, no one knows you're a forest. In Nature 2.0, no one knows you're a grid. You just are, while you simply provide. Nature is the cradle of civilization. Nature 1.0 is seeds and soil. Nature 2.0 adds silicon and steel with AI and blockchain towards abundance. Thank you.
Now, I'd said earlier, thank you very much. Fascinating. I think there was also the first scene in the Terminator when Cyberdyne Systems was set up. I said we'd have time. We'd take questions if there was time for questions, but we don't actually have time for questions. Are you around during the first coffee break?
Yes, I'll be around.
Alrighty. Well, then, if you want to come to Trent and ask for more information, he'll be there and ready to take your questions. And if you've put them on the app, then you've wasted your time. But no, you haven't, because just writing the question, puts you in the mindset of where you can ask Trent. Thanks again, and I think we've all. Let me take the clicker from you. One more round of applause for Trent. And a real nice basic level of what Nature 2.0 can be, and what the vision is. And we'll move forward to get an even deeper understanding of how it's going to all fit into the world. It really is like watching the cyborg get disassembled over on the right when the mic comes off. We'll jump right back in and see how it all fits in with Odyssey as we welcome our next speaker, who is the founder of Odyssey.org, and certainly the reason we're here today. He is going to be talking about, the goal of everyone here, which is participation in the biggest blockchain and AI hackathon in the world. I walked away just now with a much better understanding of blockchain than I had before. Did other people, did you guys have it clearly? Do you get it better now? Do you get it better now? Hands up if you get it better now. Yeah? It was explained to me that blockchain is great because it's safe, because instead of one ledger that only one person can edit, it's everywhere and everyone can edit it. And I always thought that sounded less safe, right? I thought you'd walk into the room and you'd be like, "Where's my ledger?" Everywhere. Well, who can edit it? Everyone. Oh, okay, safe. But now we all understand that that's a vast oversimplification. We super get it now. Well, great. Then let's move forward and hear how that can fit into the vision of Odyssey.org as we welcome to the stage the founder of Odyssey, Rutger van Zuidam. Rutger.
Here together. Last year we were here as well for the first time, and back then I think we can still continue that path we were talking about. The art in Odyssey, but also the crazy shit that basically needs to emerge from a group of people that wants to organize our society in a different way, right? And Jan Peter is a great inspiration together with Trent as well to make all these new kind of paradigm narratives possible. So it's a great pleasure for me to be here and to see all of you interested in this track. Basically, what came out of it last year blew my mind, and this year will be, I think, we will see that again. Let's see. It happens. So, yeah, I'm taking you back to 2017. Back then, in 2016, I did my last conference, although it seems we still do a lot of meetups, but now I'm not selling tickets anymore. It's a real relief. I thought, yeah, we clap, listen to the speakers, go home again, and then what? So I thought, well, we need to start building together. And back in 2017, it was quite, well, perhaps even a bit uneasy. We're not really aware of how far things were advanced or what you could exactly build with it. We just had some hunches. And there was a strong belief that blockchain could potentially do things. And let's find out. And then I thought, well, let's call it the biggest blockchain hackathon in Europe. And then I needed 200 participants because Deloitte did one in Ireland with 150. And then 55 teams from 10 countries, over 500 people showed up. In Groningen, the Dutch blockchain hackathon. And we moved on to the second edition, where 64 teams from 22 countries joined, and we had the first time the track with Jan Peter. Back then, the machine-to-machine economy, right? And we had great discussions about open sourcing stuff by default, by creating these new narratives. What can we learn? Already a bit from nature, but it was not so clear yet as that we have it today. And what Trent just elaborated and where JP will continue after me. And I think what really excites me about the last hackathon is that, for example, the winners, Krya, Grex.ai, yesterday at the Tech Deep Dive, they provided a software development kit for what they have developed in the past hackathon. And now everybody can use their building blocks. So you don't have to invent the wheel twice, so to say. And they have looked at these swarm robotics and learned really how these birds in swarms interact, and then turned it into a protocol. That's really cool. And now they're further developing it with MIT, and they have a lot of international interest in it. And I think this is only the beginning, right? So really cool stuff can come out of this. So I see a couple of faces from the Tech Deep Dive also from yesterday, so this talk will have some resemblance from yesterday. I wanted to show the trailer for this year's hackathon. But in this track of Nature 2.0, you don't want to build the unimaginable but buildable for just doing the sake of doing it. What I notice is that in this track, people want to really develop things that turn things around. And I was inspired by this young lady who will watch right now.
My name is Jaco Appelman. I am 15 years old and I'm from Sweden. I speak on behalf of climate justice now. Many people say that Sweden is just a small country and it doesn't matter what we do. But I've learned that you are never too small to make a difference. And if a few children can get headlines all over the world just by not going to school, then imagine what we could all do together if we really wanted to. But to do that, we have to speak clearly. no matter how uncomfortable that may be. You only speak of green, eternal economic growth because you are too scared of being unpopular. You only talk about moving forward with the same bad ideas that got us into this mess, even when the only sensible thing to do is pull the emergency brake. You are not mature enough to tell it like it is. Even that burden you leave to us children. But I don't care about being popular. I care about climate justice and a living planet. Our civilization is being sacrificed for the opportunity of a very small number of people to continue making enormous amounts of money. Our biosphere is being sacrificed so that rich people in countries like mine can live in luxury. It is the sufferings of the many which pay for the luxuries of the few. The year 2078, I will celebrate my 75th birthday. If I have children, maybe they will spend that day with me. Maybe they will ask me about you. Maybe they will ask why you didn't do anything while there still was time to act. You say you love your children above all else, and yet you are stealing their future in front of their very eyes. Until you start focusing on what needs to be done, rather than what is politically possible, there is no hope. We cannot solve a crisis without treating it as a crisis. We need to keep the fossil fuels in the ground, and we need to focus on equity. And if solutions within this system are so impossible to find, then maybe we should change the system itself. We have not come here to beg world leaders to care. You have ignored us in the past, and you will ignore us again. We have run out of excuses, and we are running out of time. We have come here to let you know that change is coming, whether you like it or not. The real power belongs to the people. Thank you.
So, thanks Greta for being part of my trailer. But I think she mentions a couple of things that resonate with this track a lot. Yesterday we had the pleasure of Willy Smits talking how he is able to regenerate rainforests in Borneo. And I think this track, we can find out the future of the symbiosis of ourselves, nature, and tech. And we have all the space to really discover stuff. And that happens from unexpected corners. It was the Hubble telescope that pointed its lens 11 days at a grain of salt that was black, and out came a picture with hundreds of galaxies. Right? So the unexpected discoveries I really expect from you all. When we look at what we can use, of course, it's about all kinds of technologies, but actually it's not. What we're trying to create is a new type of digital infrastructure that is part of the internet. It's an extension of the internet, which we can all use, hopefully globally, to organize ourselves, nature, and tech in a better way, in a way that we don't get new Googles who do surveillance capitalism, or what's the difference? I would say governments that do the same thing, but just to keep things in check. So we're finding a new narrative and a new balance between what is public, private, collectively, and really sovereign. So yeah, this is not a philanthropical business. That's a contradiction there. But we foresee that for each new protocol that is unlocked, a completely new market is also unlocked, because the protocol, of course, needs to be implemented in processes, in applications, all kinds of services. So there's a completely up for grabs new market to make use of the protocol, just like we know the email protocol, which is free, of course, and nobody owns it, and you have all kinds of services and clients and what have you. So think of it in that way, and also for the hackathon, think of this interaction between the protocol, which is part of the digital commons, and the public infrastructure, and the app you provide to certain clients. That can be a difference. We have prepared since September. All the stakeholders in the challenges there are, also in Nature 2.0, are really well prepared, and they will be at the hackathon to work with you and to build with you and to explore and discover with you. The teams are also preparing better. This year, I think more people in here than last year, and I think we have a lot of international attention for this topic as well. We did meetups in Berlin, in London, so it's really good to see that the teams are preparing very well for the hackathon as well. And Jan-Peter is putting also a lot of effort in that to take your way of thinking to the next level. My moves are not helping. Yeah, okay. Taking you to the hackathon. Oh, we skipped the party. That's not good. So on the first day, you will go to Groningen, and we don't have any closing times there. So be careful on the first night there. But everybody arrives. We have master classes because there are a gazillion experts in Groningen. So yeah, it's cool to share the latest knowledge. And then, of course, the next day, the hackathon starts. The teams, in our experience, that win, they have, especially on the first night, a lot of questions instead of answers. They are looking for ways to disrupt their own beliefs, their own assumptions. And of course, they leverage all the knowledge that is there to pivot. Then on Saturday it's work, and then of course you want to show as much as you can to the jury panel members on the Sunday. There are winners for each challenge. Of course, the prize money is nice, but it's nothing compared to what you can achieve afterwards, because on the Monday, all the stakeholders of the partners we have, and as you see, we have a lot of logos. There are a lot of governmental and corporate partners, but also investors, journalists. They will invite all the stakeholders in their network that are relevant to the challenge to learn firsthand what the winners of the hackathon have produced and how they can take it forward. Because that's when the real party starts, of course, because that's when our acceleration phase kicks in, and we hired also an incubation lead, so we're trying to maximize the help and support we can give to the teams that are the best. You don't have to win to get far in this program. We still support a lot of teams that haven't won, but keep continuing their ventures, and they're really making progress. So that's very cool to see. The team selection, of course, is also then about the potential you have as a team after the hackathon, right? So that's where we pay close attention, and the deadline is obviously the February 25th. So during this week there will be a lot of deep dives. I'm traveling through the whole country, and yeah, it's going to be an amazing week. And we finished that on Friday for the first 50 team captains that we can confirm. We also do an ethical deep dive in the Dutch Senate, because we think it's nice in the time frame we are in to calibrate the ethical compass together with all our partners in an appropriate place, right? So that's it. I wish you a lot more inspiration from the rest of the session. Grateful that you are here and hope to welcoming you in Groningen. Thank you very much.
We've got a minute if you want to take a question.
Yeah, sure.
Did anyone app in a question? The event that keeps getting bigger and bigger, putting to grow in Groningen.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm just going to leave it to you. You want to pick your favorite of the question? Well, not interested in teaming up, not looking for a challenge. Are you excited about? Yeah, I feel like we obviously are interested in that. I mean, that's not a great question, right? Like, we're obviously all pretty psyched about that. Can we codify intent? But I have a feeling that's not for you. I have a feeling that's for Trent, don't you think?
Yeah. How does it work?
Well,
how does it
work?
How does
this
work?
How does this work?
This?
Where are you, boss?
The app doesn't give feedback. So you just punch the question and it goes like...
So you literally...
You ask the app, how does this work?
So you literally
nice.
How does the app work?
That is nice, yeah. Yeah, that's...
Well, what was your question? I'm gonna throw you I'm gonna go old school here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna throw you the catch box. And if you have a question, then hold it so we see the question mark. And if you're excited, then hold it, so we can see this. You ready? You ready for this?
Is there a philosopher in the room?
There you have it.
Thank you. I did not expect that. I'm looking to ethics for robotics, because if we want to have robots behave themselves, we need to define what that behavior is, at least if we expect them to be nice. So we'll talk.
I was asking the codifying intent question. I was wondering about codifying intent in response to that kind of stuff, like what happens when things go wrong, how do we make sure that things don't go wrong because we've already made things go really wrong.
And this is a question for Trent?
It wasn't actually, it was just generally, but it speaks to the same thing, and he asked if there was a philosopher.
You were just curious and you thought this would be a good forum to just let it all out, which it is. I'm gonna turn it over to Trent because he's talking about AI, though I note that in your example of put the team together, you used a slide of the Avengers from Age of Ultron where the enemy was literally a runaway AI. Why don't you just toss that over to Trent, then you can answer with and you can hit JP on the head. This is great.
So can we codify intent? There are some ways to codify some forms of intent. If you're writing an optimizer, you specify objectives and constraints, things that you want to, objectives, things you want to maximize or minimize, constraints, things you want to be met, and then it will run around in the search space to try to find that, right? So that's optimization algorithms, whether they be evolutionary algorithms and otherwise, right? It turns out that blockchains themselves actually codify intent in a similar way. The block rewards function is intent. So Bitcoin, for example, it is trying to maximize the security of the Bitcoin network. It defines security as hash rate, and so the higher the hash rate, the harder it is to unroll the transaction log. Therefore, the higher the security, right? Can it go wrong? And there's this classical question of or thought experiment of the paperclip maximizer, right? If you can give an AI all the resources in the world and say maximize the number of paperclips, it will convert every atom on the planet to a paperclip, right? Is that actually possible in reality? And the answer is yes. We have a paperclip maximizer. It's called Bitcoin. It's eating the energy of the planet, right? So that's scary as hell. Hopefully it will hit some sort of saturation point. I hope. But that's an example of, that was not intended by Satoshi, right? So as we build these things, we have to be thoughtful about it. We have to try our best. But there will be things that go wrong. The internet has a lot of good and a lot of bad. Even in Nature 2.0, right? Like Nature 1.0, it's benevolent. It helps us in many ways. But nature is also brutal as hell, right? Nature 2.0 will be no different. And it's my hope that we can bias it towards doing as many things for the good of civilization. But there's going to be some really dark things too, and we can't get around that. We can just try our best.
Yep. I think also to add to that, we're involving, of course, science in this field as well. And one of the experts that will be there, the people from block science, Michael Zargam, for example. They use all kinds of models to simulate things. So I think involving the Technical University of Delft, Radboud University, Tilburg University, University of Groningen. They're Dutch, and we like to have more international community of scientists as well, of course. But I think we need to also take a fair amount of scientific approach in this and really test stuff and do simulations and see how things run.
I like to add, can we codify intent has an assumption under it because we are building a system of control. I would like everybody to open up towards the possibility of systems that we don't care about and still are essential to us. So if you take the product with the biggest login of the world for humans, oxygen, it's the best product in the world. If you don't breathe for 5 minutes, you die. But there's an abundance of it. We cannot make money out of it. So we don't care. We don't talk about trust in oxygen. We don't do anything with oxygen. It's abundant. It's an emergent system that is everywhere. So you can go to one direction to make the perfect controlled system, and then the question, can we codify intent, is very important. But if you can give something to the people that is as benevolent and abundant as oxygen, then we can also move towards a completely different direction. And these are exactly the kind of freedoms we want you to explore within Nature 2.0.
Now, I would say you're taking time away from the next speaker, but since you are the next speaker, I'm
that
really
was
cool
okay,
with this. I'm really cool with this. So one more time, thank you very much, Rutger. And can I ask, before I bring Jan Peter up, where should they point the clicker? Because I feel like we're at a high-tech event and nobody knows where to point the clicker. Point it up at you guys. No, don't do that. Point it wherever you want and it'll be fine, even though history shows that's not the case.
It's a new clicker.
But that's why you've switched it. So the problem at this high-tech event was a dead battery. You don't know. All right, it's all good. It's all good. You know what it was? It was an evil clicker that was put here by the haters from some different group, and we've gotten rid of that, and now the haters are gone, and it's all players, and we're gonna let them play because that's what players do. All right. Sorry, a little weird tangent there. Our next speaker, and after this speaker, we'll take a little break, and we can sort of go have a cup of coffee and try and figure out what we've just heard. Our next speaker is actually the track lead of Nature 2.0, and as you got a taste of in his answer to the question, he's encroaching the stage anyway. As you got a taste of the challenges he's going to be looking for, that we're all looking for today, ask you to build a commons, to build an ecosystem toward abundance, and to really think about an ownerless ecosystem, which is something that's different. But what we're looking for here is and like it says, is to build the unimaginable and to try and explore disruption before it happens, and really not just a tiny disruption, but disrupt the whole ecosystem in which disruptions usually occur. Does that make sense? If it doesn't, it's about to get either a whole lot clearer or a whole lot more confusing. As we welcome to the stage the track lead for Nature 2.0, Jan Peter Doomernik.
What we want to do with you is to build cool stuff. But first you have to do some homework. You have to find a new narrative. Because what leads us are the things we deem normal today. We don't challenge that thought normally, but in Nature 2.0 you will. And as soon as you have found a story that crazy that you think, can that be? Yeah, I did my homework, this can be. Then we're going to look at all those new possibilities of technology and find out if we can build it together in a new narrative. Why is this? Because if we look at disruptions that already happened, we can learn important lessons. My favorite example is the internet, where it started in 1995. And this first application, this email we got, it was really fast and it was sending messages. And so the internet should also be very fast. So we deemed it the electronic highway, because it's all about fast. And that's why sending information fast was the thing we thought is essential to the internet. But if you take a guy from 1995 and he owns a CD shop, then in the beginning, yeah, well, email was cool, but what can you do with the internet? Well, you can build digital business cards. So in this picture, you see this CD shop owner building his first digital business card on the internet. And what's going to happen to this poor guy? We're going to build stores on the internet that hold 1,000 times the amount of storage for CDs that he has. We're going to create music that is downloadable for a fraction of the cost. After which we're going to introduce streaming services, giving people access to all the music of the world for the price of a quarter CD per month. That is the crazy that is awaiting him. And of course, if we would have told him it in that way, he said, this cannot be, this is ridiculous, this will never happen. But we now know that it has happened. And this is why we want you to look for the things that seem totally ridiculous, because it's just disruption waiting to happen. Where can we find this ridiculous? And I'm going to tell a small part of it, but after the break, Jaco is going to take the stage and going to tell you all about a realm we call nature. We share nature with 8.7 billion animal species. All of those species have working ecosystems for their housing, for their food, for their energy, for their transportation. And with those animals, none of those ecosystems are based on ownership, identity like we use it, or on money. But the fact that if you cooperate and use the means that are already abundant available, you can, by cooperating, create ecosystems that are resilient and create goods in abundance. That is unbelievable for one species, while the other 8.7 million species are already living it. So creating the unimaginable has some sources of inspiration you cannot imagine. We will share this with you today. What I want to share with you is the comments and a 7-step approach that we also going to explore today together. So what we're going to ask you in the challenge is either build a commons, an entity that is owned by everybody or by nobody, an ecosystem that operates towards abundance, or one of the ownerless ecosystems Trent showed in the beginning of his talk. But before you start, that's why it's step 0, the question is, what is your passion? What do you want to work on what topic, with what technology, that if it would be possible, you would say, okay, this is the best thing in my life. Please take this as a starting point for the travel, for the exploration. Because if you want to bring disruption to a system, you cannot just change one part. Buckminster Fuller talks about that if you want to bring disruption, build a completely new model that can replace the old system. Don't start focusing on the old system. Take this kind of freedom. So if you want to design a completely new system, don't focus on an element of the system, but either start with a human basic need and realize yourself that we are in the age that we are going to automate all those basic needs. And the example we all know is the self-driving car. That is an entity where machines interact with other machines, could operate without needing any humans. This will happen to all the basic needs. So if you start designing, start from there, or start with the big ownerless problems of the world. The big ownerless problems of the world, or the SDGs, as the United Nations calls them, have one great thing. There are already a lot of people working on them. So as soon as you start your journey, you already have a lot of friends who want to help you, who want to co-create with you. So from the start, you are not alone. Step 2. How do we create commons? A commons is taking a step back from the current reality and find out why the current reality is actually really crazy. So if you want to create a mobility service for the world, your starting point now would be the car. But we have produced so many cars that even at the peak, only 6% of the cars are driving and 94% are standing still. So if you design this mobility service, you only need the 6%. All those cars have spare parts that predominantly do not fit in other cars. But of course, if you are building a service for the world, they would fit. All those cars are sold for one purpose only. Where, when you have played with Lego, you know with a number of modules you can build any car of the world, and if you have imagined even a plane. What you now see is that by dropping the business model requirement, dropping the question, okay, how can we force people to pay for solutions and just focusing on the engineering of the solution, you make things radically simple. And radically simpler means radically cheaper. So where your starting point is, we are going to bring great things to the world. What you're also going to give as a byproduct, not by focusing on the money, but focusing on the added value for everybody, are solutions that are so cheap that no company can compete, giving you an incredible tipping point. Step 3, because one of the most ambitious words in the paper of Trent is abundance. And I come from the energy industry, so we thought about, okay, how can we create an ecosystem of abundance, for example, in the energy industry? Well, the starting point is very nice, because this morning as you woke up, the sun was shining, and it was delivering 1,500 times the amount of energy you need on your roof. And you need it 1 meter below in the power socket. So this would seem the engineering problem. But what we have built is an ecosystem where we transport energy nationally and internationally. We have created a very complex system with a lot of competition where the players, most of the players are in there for the money, fighting each other. And why is this possible? Because we have a lot of consumers who pay for units of energy. And this paying for the units of energy opens up the space to create this market where all the entities fight, where you have 27 solutions, but only the cheapest solutions win, and the 26 other solutions, they lose. Can we change it? How can we radically turn this upside down? Well, we have games of competition, but we also have cooperative games. Games where all the players unite to create a goal. So what if we turn the energy system into a cooperative game? This would mean that we change the rules. You do not longer pay for units of energy. You pay if you force the system to act beyond a certain threshold. So, if the 1500 times abundance of energy on your roof is free for you enough to operate, then of course energy is free. But if you force the system to transport, to store, to generate or to transform energy, of course, then you have to pay. The great news is you now share the same problem with all your neighbors, with all the people who are part of the energy system. And it would be so great that if you cooperate, if you crowdsource solutions that bring the threshold up at which you have to pay. So bringing the resilience to the ecosystem is a great way to achieve that. And that means that completely new solutions have a point at which they get viable. So every house has an entry of water, and water with salt and a membrane is also an energy system enough to power a house. This is not a solution that would be viable if you want to sell units of energy, but it is a way to come into an energy system where we get more and more different ways for energy, so that the system gets more resilient, can handle more solutions. And this means that we get more and more alternatives that are available at the same moment in time. Imagine what would happen if we have those ownerless self-driving cars and they all have energy bellies. And they can drive from one hub to another hub if nobody needs them. And they can also to help to balance the system to make it more resilient. But we need digital infrastructures for that. We need people who think about the concepts. And we hope to find them here in the room or via the live stream. So this is step 3. So taking out competition and bringing in cooperation is a great way to create abundance. If you're not working for venture capitalists who are in there to give you some money to make more money, who is going to help you? Because they should be part of your narrative. And one of the people who's going to tell what his big idea is for Nature 2.0 later on the stage, Julian Rosien, is going to talk about food. He's going to talk about healthy food. He's going to talk about healthy food that is cheaper than the unhealthy food we make part of our bodies every day by creating a benevolent system. And that means it's not a group of venture capitalists, it are millions of people in the world who really do not like the food they are eating now and really would like that such a system gets created without them needing to have to be the owners. So it's also a bit about finding a narrative and reorganizing the entity around us. If you go to Nature2.0, you find a lot of stories, a lot of elements we already explored in earlier meetups. You find them as code, you find them as videos of people presenting. One of them is the entity DAO stack, and they tell you how a DAO could help you to organize these kind of concepts. The great thing is that we are now part of a digital solution. And of course, coming from the physical world, we still look at the way we create products and define markets in the physical way. The digital realm is completely different, because if you create something on one place in the digital realm, it's automatically everywhere. So You can create markets by encrypting it. But in its natural form, it is already a commons. By making it open source, it is already a commons. So that means that as soon as you start building your system, don't think of it as a product, don't think of it as a market, but as a digital layer that you're going to create that on all the places of the world is there to offer a service, to offer information, to be the digital part of a digital twin that can connect to the physical world. Because if you build it here in Amsterdam, and it is a solution that you need in Kenya, by creating this system, the people in Kenya can connect to your solution. So take the freedom to think of it that way. What is also important is that this business case thinking has drawn us apart as humans. If you ask people who know they are in the last week of their life, what they are regretting, then it's mostly about connecting, helping people to be seen, heard, and understood. Where if you are a startup and you want to sell your products, you are looking to all the people who take 1 hour of rest, 1 hour of silence, and you're asking yourself, okay, how can I break that hour of rest? How can I make them needing to want my product? That's a completely different kind of thinking, okay, how can I help people? So let's take the last example, and you create hubs where there is healthy food at levels that no company can compete, or even for free. Take in your design that we are talking about technology, but it's also a social redesign. So make the hub warm. If there are elderly people coming in to eat there for the first time, because it's cheaper, make sure that there are people working around that are good in connecting people, that listen to their stories, so that the first time they come because it's cheaper, and the second time they come because it's the warmest place on earth. If we start redesigning, we can design it in ways humans really like. And only at step 7, we want you to think about money. And this will be the hardest part, because we are trained to think about money. We are trained to think about ownership. But if you come to step 7 without thinking about money, you will be astonished of what you have built, of how it works, how little money it costs to design something that is valuable for all of the world. And now, because it's radical cheaper, you have something that can be very easily crowdsourced. So that's one way to get people to enable this option. Or, and this is where we originally came in, there are a lot of entities, like for example, APG pension funds this morning, or we as a grid company, we invest billions and billions in the critical infrastructure every year. And we depreciate that over 40 years. So we are telling in our books that the world will not change, or only change incremental. That means that the station for electricity we built today will be depreciated fully in 2059. Kurzweil predicts that in 2045, 14 years before that, AI will have the thinking power of all humans together. And we write in our books currently, yes, and 14 years after that is the last moment that people will use the current electricity system to distribute energy. And this is not only a problem that grid companies have, but all the parties who invest billions in critical infrastructure. So what you are doing the systems that you're creating for society will be incredibly inspiring for all the entities who invest billions and billions. Because you are helping them to solve a problem that the way to invest billions and depreciate it over 40 years won't be viable for eternity. And by rethinking it, you can show how this could go. And then, of course, what Trent showed us, as soon as you create a machine as a DAO, a simple a machine, and you take any value chain of today and you let the machine operate, then, of course, it would be cheaper than any company, because for him it wouldn't be about the money. But it started in the world of today, so it is making money. You only have to create the machine that it creates a drop of money that could be an investment fund, an investment drop for the dream you are working on. Because if people start sharing your dream, they can take the open source machine that you designed, replicate it, and start creating a drop of investment in their street. And if a third guy does that, and a fourth guy does that, and a fifth guy does that, you get a lot of drops of incentive to help you to empower your solution. So if you can bring it up to wait with money until step 7, you will be amazed how many parties are there to help you and from how different the directions they come. So, this was a lot of talking, and the good news is, after the break, we're going to first deepen some knowledge, and then we're going to do it together with Boom Chicago in an interactive session. So, if you leave your seat now and going to have some drinks and start exchanging ideas via the Tinder app or in live, then you can start exploring, okay, what would be the thing we are passionate about? And can I find the people here in the room? Or do I do a shout out to the people who are watching in the live stream? So that you can start building on your idea. At the end of today, it's not important that you already know how it's all going to happen, but that you have a feeling, okay, this seems crazy, but this is doable. And in the last half hour, we're going to do a giant Q&A together, because we are about the odd and not about the easy. We know that, so we have an incredible staff of people that are willing to help you as soon as you start your endeavor. And we're going to share with you who they are and how they are going to help you, because we are determined to make this a success. Thank you for your attention so far.
We've put the questions up, so there you've got a real smorgasbord of questions. If you'd like to take one or two, we've got a minute or two to take one. Maybe that first one. What does a winning team look like? What are their characteristics?
I like more the second one. I think, and that's a question that we all ask all the people with whom we co-create, do you want to become a millionaire? Because if you are a millionaire or want to become a millionaire, you are on your own. If you want to solve and help to create a new society, create solutions for the big problems of the world, you will immediately know that you have a lot of friends. So one of the ways we are going to help you is with the storytelling before the hackathon. We have video teams, we have authors, we have people who can assist you in all different ways. We even have the best TEDx coach I ever met, who's going to help you to tell your story. So it is passionate, dreaming big, and loving the technology, doing a deep dive in the technology to explore things that nobody has ever seen before by asking crazy questions.
I feel like once you become a millionaire, you find you have a lot of friends too all of a sudden.
But that's a different way.
Yeah. Here's a question. It's in the lower left there. Where do countries/nations fit into the Nature 2.0 vision? 2.2 is next April.
Yeah.
Will they be an obstacle? Will they slow it down?
Yeah. Well, and this is a lesson I learned from Bitcoin and on how the world reacts on blockchain. There was those group of guys who thought, okay, Bitcoin is a cool idea. They built it, and it was there. And it was there in the digital realm. So it was immediately everywhere. And this is one of the elements that makes digital solutions unstoppable. Of course, if we create ecosystems that give people food for free, there are a number of parties that do not like it. There are maybe even a few countries that will ban them, but not all countries. And then, of course, because countries have politicians that get voted, they have to explain why the people in their country have to pay for food, whilst the people in the neighbor country get it for free. And then, of course, they have stress, and they have this discussion. And they said, well, can we kill the internet because this is terrible? And then there is a problem. The answer is no. So we have to live with it. So it's exactly playing this kind of questions in your head that helps to strengthen your solution. Because nations is something we thought about. Laws is something we thought about. The need for scarcity, because we think that we have to create money. This is something we believe in. But is this sound or is this actually crazy? This is exactly the journey on which we want to take you.
All right, I'm going to stop you right there, but we're going to dive into a lot more questions
yes.
for the end of the day. Round of applause for the master of the track, Jan
Thank you.
And before we go to the break, I just want to tell you a couple of things. First of all, there are two game makers who are walking around, and while you're on break, they're going to want to test the Nature 2.0 card game with you. And can I actually invite either Pim and or Terry up to tell us a little bit about that? I got the and, not the or, the and. It's an abundance mentality. We've got both of them up here. I'm just going to grab this microphone, of which there is a scarcity. Why don't you take a moment and tell us about the card game, fellas?
So my name is Pim, and this is Terry. Our passion is creating games. And, we've been hearing a lot from Jan, and our mind was blown. We're like, he asked us, can we create sort of an unimaginable game owned by everyone and evolving over time, maybe in every language, creating solutions and asking questions? So we sat down and we're like, maybe, we don't know. So we created a game. It's a card game. And in this card game, you can just read the stories. Some of the stories is that Jan told you. Some stories will stories that you will be putting into the game. And you can actually put in your own solution. There's several solutions at the back of the card. And we're here today just to test it. So we really love your feedback. You can participate in creating your own cards. So we'll be walking around, giving you some cards. We're even in the hallway as well, where you can write down your own stories. That's it, actually. Yeah.
Thank you, Pim. Thank you, Terry. Alrighty, so if they come to you and try and thrust these cards in your hand, it's totally legit and part of the event. That was message number one. Message number two is that besides Pim and Terry, there's some graphic artists wandering around, and they want to test out some superhero ideas. That's not true. They're graphic artists, and what they want to do is make drawings of the questions you have to sort of make them a bit more clear and easy to understand. So if you find yourself with a question that you're having trouble really putting into clear words, maybe you can talk to one of these graphic artists, and they can help you sort of visualize the question, and then we'll use that later once the acid kicks in. Finally, Finally, message number 3 is don't forget to use the Tinder app. I mean, Tinder's kind of in quotes here, but the Tinder app to try and find your team members. I mean, you could use the real Tinder app, and maybe you'll be surprised who's there. But that's not what I'm here to tell you. I'm here to tell you to use the online app and really start, even as early as now, putting your team together. Those are my 3 messages. Have a cup of coffee, talk to each other, and answer one question. Point. Hey, graphic artists, how are we going to identify them? They've got big white paper and graphic artist tools, and they'll be easy to find. All righty, have a great break. We'll see you at 2:45. come on in and grab a seat, everybody. We're getting ready to start up again. If you're standing up and talking, I admire your networking, but please stop doing it. And we are getting ready to begin again. I'm standing on stage, so to shame anyone who's still standing into sitting. Someday we'll have an abundance ecosystem for the commons, but right now we're on social shaming. So please sit down and we'll dive back in. Welcome to block 2. In this block, we're going to talk about what we can learn from nature and what we can learn from communities. So you know what to expect. We're going to have 2 more talks, and then we'll have a series of pitches from Friends of Nature 2.0 about projects already in the works that you can sort of jump aboard and sort of, I don't want to say glom off their success, but more like join the team and explosion of abundance and commons. Abundance commons. All right. But we begin with Dr. Jaco Appelman. Now, he is the program coordinator of bio-inspired innovation at the University of Utrecht, which I'll bet you did not realize was actually a department there. He has studied management studies, social studies, a lot of cross-field study, and he wants to talk today about how that sort of cross-field, cross-pollination of ideas can lead to solutions and can actually be the source of some of the new systems we're going to be seeing in the near future. So please, to make sense of what I just said, welcome to the stage, Dr. Jaco Appelman.
Okay, let's first start out with the first slide. Hello, everybody. Great that you're here. I've heard some unbelievable stories in the first part. I hope I'm adding to that stuff and also provide a little bit of clarification. Thank you for the guy in the back of the hall with the green shirt. He was like asking me a question just before I came up. You know, this is bloody impossible. You can't have like an economy. You can't not have an economy. You have to have competition. You have to, you know, get people on their toes to really start to perform. This whole talk will hopefully, well, at least give you an alternative truth. We don't need to do it in that way. And the first principle that guides that behavior is learning about the natural world. That's what we're doing quite a lot of, quite good. But learning from the natural world, as you know, the first speaker of this afternoon showed with the tree example, that's the switch. I mean, that's the really profound switch. And the name behind it here is Janine Benyus, who is one of the founders, or maybe the founder, of a design approach, or maybe a new paradigm that's called biomimicry. And bio what is quite lit. And what's the promise? Because that's what we need to show. I mean, we can do it in a very fuzzy way, but let's do it in a material sense. What you see here is a square pole, which can carry, you know, there are lots of them in this building, which can carry a load. Now, if you start, you know, being smart and make it round, it still carries the same load, and you've got 82% of the material that's being used. And if you get a little bit more smart, you hollow it out, and it still carries the same load, and you've got about 20% of the material to perform the same function, carrying a load. It's really very simple. And if you go to the last stage, then you can do probably the same thing with about 2% of the material that's being used in the first example, on the left-hand side. And why is that so? That is this slide. I need this slide to explain that to you. Now, where do we need to transist to? Very simply put, this is us, and that is nature. The lower-hand axis is pretty simple. You've got nanometers to kilometer, and you've got 100% to, 0% to 100% problem resolution. So at different levels, you see that you use different amounts of energy, or space, or structure, or material. If you look at the level where we do most of our computing, which is between the nanometers and the muse, if you look at what we're building now with ASML chips and these kinds of things, then you see we lose a heck of amount of energy. Quite a bit of material, no information, almost no information, we just beat it into obedience, and a little bit of space. What you would like to have is the right-hand side, where you see there's lots more information that's needed. Now remember the pole that had all those really nice interconnected things. That's where the information is. It's in the design, you know. And nature designs very complex designs. It usually takes also a little bit more time, and this will be the big challenge for us humans. Nature uses very little energy, and we absorb it in humongous amounts. So if we need to learn something, is how to reduce the way we use energy. Okay. Nature does also work with just a few components. Basically carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and then, you know, some spare stuff. We use the whole periodic table, and we really need to dig deep for our rare earth materials to get all the smart devices going. So if we can make a chip or a transistor working on those first four elements, and maybe, you know, with a touch of something else, that would be a breakthrough in the chip world. So nature can guide us. You just have to look at these kinds of things and start thinking, you know, hey, the unimaginable is imaginable. Well, sort of. It's still a fuzzy thing. Okay, this has been debated. You know, this was the first statement by biomimicry. Nature just got 5 polymers and built everything with it. We now know that it's about 12, which is still, you know, not so much. And each of those 12 substances, we know the chemical composition, we know what they do, we know what kind of effects you have, and basically they are just benign effects. We, smart people, made about 350 polymers, of which we don't know how they're, well, we do know how they're constructed, some of them, and the engineers that made them, the chemical engineers, will know it exactly. But most of them tend to be not decomposed, thrown away, and damaging to the environment. Basically, eating away the wells from which our affluence or abundance grows, which is, you know, nature, as Jan Peter so well said. So, some other things. You've seen Greta Thunberg, which has a powerful moral voice, and what we've been trying to do, and even where Greta is here on that corner, and I'm not going to talk about this. This takes a whole college. They basically said, "Yo, you have to tell a whole new paradigm to an audience that you do not know, which is highly technical, and you've got 20 minutes. Go ahead." So I'm really rushing it, and I'm not going into detail here. But simply put, you probably have heard of our ecological footprint. And an ecological footprint will help you to decrease, you know, the consumption that the things you consume, the things you use, the energy you use, up to the point in the middle, where you are at 0%. You do not do harm to anybody. You're not harmful anymore. What we would like to design, and which is at this point in time almost unimaginable, is things that regenerate, that restore, that reconcile groups. And, well, biomimicry is one of them. Biodesign is maybe another one. And regenerative design, if you start looking in these kinds of, you know, with these kinds of words on Google, you get a really interesting kind of design that will heal things, that will create more stuff, that will create more ecosystems, that will create more swamps from which we can draw, you know, all kinds of resources, clean air, clean water, proteins, whatever you'd like. Okay, maybe a bit too long, and there were two. So we need to ask other questions. That's basically it. And this is the question that has been expounded this whole morning as well. How has life not just survived? That's a scarcity thing. You know, people compete and animals compete, and it's a survival for the fittest. Actually, if you look at nature, most of nature is collaborative. And the species that collaborate most and that dominates most of nature are we, humans. We are the most collaborative species on Earth. Hell, you know, do you know one other species that spans the whole globe, you know, and really, you know, connects to everybody? We are the most collaborative species, but we tend to forget that. That's our strength, not competition, working together. That's our strength. That's how we survive. Because if you look at us, you know, just as an organism, we're not good at anything if you compare it to other animals. We're just average in everything. But for our, our ability to empathize, to plan ahead, and basically to work together. So, and then you start asking questions, how does nature gather light? And this is great stuff. In MIT, they try to really find out how photosynthesis works, and we've now got synthetic biology. They found it out, and then we have something special as humans. Nature does it at 100%. They tweak the few pathways, and we're able, at least in a model, now they're doing it with plants, to show that we can tweak plants and let them photosynthesize 40% more. 40% more food. That's basically by just tweaking nature a little bit. How does life illuminate? We've done a little bit of research at Utrecht on bioluminescence, especially fungi and the mycelium. And you've got two systems, one that glows very slowly and almost non-visible, and one, if you agitate it, you get these kinds of things. So if you move it around, it starts to glow. We started out with nothing. 1 year ago, we increased the mycelium with a factor 5, and now we're heading towards, a Russian group is also working on it. We're talking to the Efteling, see if we can paint the, how do you say it, the ghost grotto, which is a big, in the dark with mycelium that glows in the dark, feeds itself, and basically feeds itself of the breath of all the scared people in the ghost house. That's unimaginable, but we're almost there. How does nature foster abundance and richness? Study complex ecosystems and try to, get that into code, because that's where the real keys are, at the ecosystem level. And I have 5 left, right? So what's biomimicry? And maybe another way, we've seen DAOs, we've seen really intelligent architectures, info architectures, but sometimes you just have to show the genius of nature by a very simple example. Everybody knows spiders. Most of the spiders make a web. Now, you have the web, and they tend to have, like radials, say 8 spokes, on which they build that web. Did you know that the 8 spokes going out are threads which are directly connected to the nervous system and the computing center of a spider? So the spider is not just the spider. Life is more than that. Life is the web and the spider. And that's something we need to learn. If we can design, a web that functions like that, where we attach like spiders into it and get what we need, we would be so interesting. As a species, we would develop in such interesting ways. That's incredible. Now, okay, I think I've told you enough to you understand the definition, right? I don't have to read that aloud. One of the things that we're working on, a group of students initiated this, it's not my doing, they really did that themselves, which shows, again, just let things flourish, and then usually the best things grow, is a system where we try to, on the one hand, protect against climate extremes, frost at tea plantations and wineries. But on the other hand, we know that nature sources locally. So if you say the old style kind of business would be, let's think of a really smart one-size-fits-for-all solution, and it will be a big kind of a screen, going over the plantations. But if you say, we'll take that lesson from nature seriously, we have to think about what's there, close by a tea plantation that we can use to cover the shrubs when a frost comes. And how do we need, there's lots of physics around. And then you need what you've seen. You need a DAO, which can connect. Okay, it's in Kenya. It's on the south slope. What grows there? Well, 3 kinds of trees that, could do it. What kind of mechanism could be used there? Well, people have an average education level of about this and this. So this would be the most simple, elegant solution for that particular site on that particular mountain. That's how you create affluence in a new world. How do you profit from that as an Hawaii team? It's not about profit, it's about being rewarded for all the things that you're giving back. That's, it sounds really simple, and it will be hard to get there, but you see the visions are there. So if you want to join that particular challenge, then, go look them up at the Commons meetup. Here we try to basically, apply lessons, nature, which are also called life's principles. And they're basically 6. 2 more minutes. I'll show you one. And if you're really interested in this, we'll talk about this a bit more. But trying to explain this in the 20 minutes is just too much. You've seen the broader picture. What's really important, and this has already begun when we started thinking about sustainability, everybody knows the 3 Ps, right? People, planet, profit. If you look at nature, it always optimizes usually 3 things. If you look at biomimicry, you need to optimize 3 things. You need to think about your ethical position. You need to go out, you need to walk in a park, you need to lie on the beach, you really need to connect to nature and feel how great it is that the sun helps you thrive and get skin burnt, of course, if you stay too long. And lastly, we need to emulate. And emulate means something like consciously copying, but not in exactly the same way, but the mechanism into something else, and then trying it out. Anybody who does a bit of coding knows emulation. So maybe let's leave it at that. I've selected for the last minute, and that should be here, an explanation of a life principle, so just to give you a feel how it might work. Could you start that in? Great. Oh, we started later. Okay, thanks. Oh, well, then I really sped it. Should be flight, right? Okay. Now, this was just one life principle, and what you saw was what they call strategies. Each life principle contains about 4 to 5 strategies that nature employs to basically attain that principle. And that's, all being written down. That's something you can use, that you can take into your models and really, let's make it a bit more alive. And if you do that, can you then, if you really take nature, and maybe I should also say one thing, we've got Nature 2.0, we've got Nature 1.0. I'm of the conviction that Nature 2.0 should instruct Nature, Nature 1.0 should instruct Nature 2.0. But at a certain point in time, we'll get something new, which is called, emergent phenomena or emergent processes. If we really start taking nature seriously, we'll evolve into something, supernatural, which is really kind of exciting if you think about it. Okay, so let's go to the last slide, because it's also, this is always, it's nice. And okay, so if you start looking that way, do we create value? This is just one species, one organism, a mussel. And that's being used in industry at this moment in time. At least the glue that the mussel makes has been copied. And it's a bio-based mussel. And if you use it in plywood and all the stuff here, you don't get off-gassing, so you don't get all those nasty chemical gases into your system. It's a healthy environment that you create by just using mussel glue. And then a surgeon came along and says, oh, this is great. If you can use it for plywood, maybe you can also use it for human tissue. So he used that particular chemical structure of that glue and uses soy. I don't know why he used soy and not the muscles themselves, but that has probably to do with medical protocols or pharmaceutical kinds of instructions, to basically glue tissues together. So that saves you a lot of stitching, especially with internal bleedings and ruptures. This is really great stuff. A mussel is also able, if there's not enough food around or if the water is too low, to stop its growth. You know, because you've got those tides, it needs to respond to that. So those macromolecules have been identified. And now we use them in all kinds of other engineering stuff, especially chemical engineering, to grow or shape objects. So we use nature to create more nature. We already know the things that mussels do for us in the sense of we use them as early warning pollution systems. In the Waddenzee, anywhere around, if a mussel gets sick or if a mussel gets like deformed, you know there's something wrong. So thank you, mussel, for doing that. You know, we don't have to drink it ourselves and see if we fall down. It's a biohealth indicator. The more healthy a mussel, the more nutritious that is, the better the quality of the surroundings. So it's a quality of a surrounding kind of an indicator. And we use it for ecosystem services. Particular, it seems a random shape, but mussels place themselves in such a way that they maximize the amount of sedimentation. So that's where the food is for them. And so what you get, if you get mussels, you get sedimentation. If you get sedimentation, you get land rise. And what do we need in the Netherlands? You know, land needs to rise instead of... so maybe we can use those mussels. It's also been found, again, they always say, you know, it's a very fierce environment and nature can be fierce, but we were really afraid in the Netherlands when we did when we imported Japanese oysters, which is an exotic species, that they would like wipe out all our other oysters, the really yummy ones, and that they would wipe out all the mussels. And what happens, they found that at the Zandmotor in Scheveningen, they work together. First layer is the Japanese oysters. And building on those oysters, mussels make another layer. And then they alternate. And slowly they build really reefs that protect our coast against, you know, storms. So thank you, oysters and mussels. It's really easy. And the last thing they offer, and if you like seafood, they are food. I mean, this is a really good source of protein. When we arrived, the Dutch, in Manhattan, that was one big oyster paradise. There were oysters and mussels this big. I mean, and then they built New York and destroyed any oyster that, you know, wanted to live there. But you get the point. If you let nature just do its thing, it thrives. If you move and start caring for nature, we thrive. That's the basic message, you know, from a bio-inspired point of view. Thank you for this. If there are any questions, you know, I think now's the time, right? And otherwise, we'll move on.
I think now's the slightly over time.
I took the 5 minutes. Really
you took it and you earned it fair and square. But I think the correct answer is, how about a round of applause for Jaco Appelman? And we will have a break after not too long, and maybe folks can approach you face to face for those questions. Yeah. And I think you forgot up there.
Oh, there's one more? Great. I mean,
well, no, the other, it's just the scar tissue that develops from the mussel adhesive. Yeah. With a little white wine and garlic. It's delicious.
Yeah. That's a good one. Yeah.
Our next... Thank you. I worked on it for a minute. Our next speaker, Ibby Benali, is the Marketing Manager and Data Protection Officer for SingularityNET. And she's going to come up and explain a bit about the faces of crypto and how AI is going to extend the possibilities. Lessons learned from what's done in the past, but perhaps more importantly, motivators for brand ambassadors in the community. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ibby Benali.
Thank you very much. I guess this is the clicker. Awesome. Great. Okay. Well, first of all, thank you all for being here. And I'm going to be talking, as just explained, about the face of crypto and the motivators for brand ambassadors. And why this is important, it is because with a blockchain project, you obviously have a lot of community members. and you want to inspire them, motivate them, and really engage them in a way that also makes your project thrive when you're co-creating with them. So you see here our CEO, Dr. Ben Goertzel, at the Joe Rogan show, which was a great moment for us because it was the first blockchain project that was actually on the Joe Rogan show. We partnered with UNESCO as well to provide education to those in need. We started the Decentralized AI Alliance, where we are combining different AI blockchain projects together to use the power of the community. And we have a lot of partners as well, and that is all thanks to the community. So if we look back at 2017, the blockchain market raised $5.6 billion in 2017 dollars. 10 of the largest projects raised 25% of the capital. We had 913 ICOs, initial coin offerings, and the return on this was 12.7 in 2017. Might have been a bit different in 2018 with the bear market, but these are the numbers. So obviously a lot of people want to put money into this and they want to be part of a project, right? So why do they participate in this token economy? First of all, when they're participating in a token economy, they become co-owners of the ecosystem that a company's product is based on. So in the regular world, we know shares. So you have a share of a company and you are entitled to some right. In the blockchain world, you have a share in the actual product of the company and you can actually contribute to how that product is further developing. So they can use this token sometimes as a currency to buy things on the companies and other compatible ecosystems. Sometimes it can be used to also vote. It can increase or decrease in value. In the case of security tokens, you even maybe you have some right on some profits of the company. And since the holder has a financial incentive for the project to succeed, you usually see them quite strongly present in the community of these projects. So you will have to be in contact with them, and we are very thankful for that as well. So if we look at the concept of crowdfunding first. So crowdfunding involves an open call, mostly through the internet, for the provision of financial resources in either the form of donation or in exchange for the future product or some form of reward to support initiatives for specific purposes. Okay? So when you're combining crowdfunding with blockchain, that is when you get the ICOs and the STOs. So ICOs are usually for utility tokens, which are the tokens that are being used in a product, in a company's product or ecosystem that they're building, and STOs may be some sort of a share, right? When you combine the two together, you have the ICOs and the STOs, which is the ultimate funding machine, but it is more than a funding machine. It is actually also a co-creation machine. So when we look at the token economy, you see here on the left some tokens. These are created in token generation event. They are stored on a distributed ledger, such as, for example, Ethereum or Neo. And you're deploying smart contracts, and that is where the magic here happens. So it could be voting contracts. It could also be, for example, our SingularityNET AI registry, which is a central smart contract on the blockchain that is decentralized as well, where everyone may register an AI service into this. Now, you may think, usually with open source projects, yeah, you built them and then, well, everyone can access them and then, yeah, I mean, can you really make money with it, right? The thing with smart contracts is when you're building an ecosystem around a smart contract, you cannot just simply copy the smart contract and then deploy it again and get the same benefits. So because people registered this AI service to this specific smart contract, so they need to re-register it to a different smart contract if you would be copying it. So this smart contract, the SingularityNET AI registry, with all the AI services, is a common good for all on one place on the blockchain that everyone could build some sort of like unlimited front ends maybe to and build out their own thing while they're co-creating. And then that goes, of course, to the decentralized apps with some utilities for utility tokens, or maybe a wallet with some security token. So if we look at how digital business has been shaped through the last years, we see that there are some paradigm shifts in the ground of creativity. So companies are trying to foster peer-to-peer driven collective intelligence here to create new ideas and launch them. We see there is a hyper-connected connectivity between users, so they feel part more of the virtual world than actually from maybe even the country that they're living in. We see that convergence takes place, which is the unification of various information channels via the internet. People are collaborating, they're co-creating. This is based on 4 principles, namely openness, peer-to-peer sharing, cross-border work, and criticizing of ideas. There's one missing. And then you have the community, which I will dive into more deeply, which is where you are leveraging digital platforms for community benefits. So social movements and self-organization of virtual communities occurs via social media. So to give you an example, we didn't stop with one Telegram group. We eventually got 18 self-organized and self-managed Telegram groups, all guided by our volunteers. And I thank you so much, volunteers, if you're watching. So if we look at this, so what roles do these cryptocurrency community members take? How do they experience the cryptocurrency communities? And what can blockchain marketers learn from this for their strategies, not to sell them stuff, but to actually create a community atmosphere where everyone can thrive? So I interviewed them, and I asked them about it. So the selection criteria that we used here was that they participated in an ICO, so they have some flesh in the game. They are active on Telegram, as that is the go-to social media for most crypto communities. And they had no prior connection with me, which means that we did exclude people from the SingularityNET community because otherwise there would be some bias. Okay, so if we look at the roles that were identified, we have the developer role, obviously coding. We have traders, which are usually people that are changing token holdings quite fast. Investors that are in it for the long term. We have the regular community member that just pops in, pops out, chats a bit, and is around. We have the volunteer, who is actively answering questions, that's really contributing to building this information system. And we have employees who are maybe working for a different project, and they might lure into other projects and see how they're doing things as well, or they might just be chatting in other projects as well. So there are a couple of key motivators, and I'll explain to you in the end which motivator is important for which role. The first is the informational motivator. So these are the people that care about sharing and exchange of information. And they want to do this with like-minded participants and or experts. So for example, we have a Telegram group that is for futurists and philosophers. So they're only talking about that. They're not interested in talking about developer material or something like. No, they really wanted to talk about futurism and philosophy in line of AI. And they want to meet with like-minded people. So we created a place for them there. Similarly, developers, they might not really care about certain other chat, but they really want to talk about technology and the tools and how to use them. And below you can find some quotes from the people that participated in this research and what they exactly said about this. The second is a self-discovery motivator. So that means that one establishes oneself through interaction with others by seeking refinement in one's own thinking or by connecting the self with external phenomena. So for example, these are maybe people that are like decentralize everything, power to the people, right? We're building a new world right now and we need to change it. We are not caring about people that are currently in power, as the girl explained in the video. We are going to change it right now, and we're going to take the power in our own hands. Then you have social integration as a motivator. So this is when one is motivated by building social relationships with others that are like-minded in order to combat loneliness and to find support. So there are quite some community members that they did not really have people to connect with, and they are finding new social relationships with other people. And I'm very happy to also see that happening. And that's also what makes me, it just makes me very happy to see that they're finding each other, right? Then we have the social enhancement motivator. And that is because one is motivated to participate for the validation from the community and to build some social status. So it is for example, to get some recognition for their contributions. They want to validate their ideas. They want to know that what they are saying and sharing is important. Then you have the entertainment motivator. You cannot have Telegram without trolls. So sometimes people are just in it to have a lot of fun. So they just want to poke some fun, say some crazy stuff, and just have a good time to chat with other people, right? Of course, we also have the financial motivator, where the participant wants the token price to go up because they want to make a profit. And finally, we have a professional development motivator. It was very hard, especially in 2017, to find, for example, blockchain coders, developers, because this is not something that you go to, you go to school and you immediately get this as a class per se. It's a lot of self-learning, right? So they want to engage with the tools to get that unique knowledge, or they want to engage with the industry to get that unique knowledge. Then there is also a company to community relationship. What this means is that for them, it's that communication is key, but different communities have different needs. So what you cannot do as a company, if you're really appreciating your community, is just stay dead silent to them. You need to communicate with them, you need to share with them, you need to keep them updated, you need to give them the right resources, you need to engage them. If you really care about your community, you need to engage them. So if you look at all the roles and the main motivators, you can see here on this slide exactly to which role, which motivator is the main driver to be in a community. So for example, developers, they are looking for information, they're looking for social integration, and they're looking for professional development. So think of, for example, developer portals with the right documentation, right? Or workshops or something like that. Social integration, finding other developers to work with, and professional development by contributing to code actually building some experience in working in blockchain projects or AI projects. For volunteers, traders, investors, members, employees, you can all see this. So what does this mean for marketers, right? It means that you can enable the right motivators for the user roles that you would like to see more. So let's say that you want more developers in your community, then you look at the motivators informational, social integration, and professional development, and you give them that to have more developers in your community. If you want more volunteers, you give them the opportunity for self-discovery, social integration, and social enhancement, and so forth. Oh, well, that was too fast. So in that way, you can grow your cryptocurrency community in a way that benefits your specific project. And you can create like the right balance of the different rules that you need. But whatever you do, you must do it with a real heart and real care for your community members, because they will know if it's not real. When you do that, you can actually succeed with your blockchain and AI project. Thank you for listening. I can take any questions right now.
How big our community is.
The first question was just whispered in my ear. Thank you for that, by the way. The first question was just whispered in my ear, and the question is, how big is the community right now?
We have across channels, so newsletter, Telegram, Facebook, everything, I think about 100,000.
So big and getting bigger. We've got some questions right there. If you want to sort of squint a little bit and pick your favorite, I could also reject them all and throw out the catch box and maybe do some damage.
Oh. Let's see. I think some of the questions are also older questions from the previous session, isn't it?
Yeah.
So maybe the catch box?
Maybe the catch box. We're gonna toss the catch box. Would you like to throw it yourself? It's fun. I'm happy to do it too if you like.
I don't want to kill anyone.
Oh, that makes one of us. Is there anybody? There's an abundance of humanity. Who's going to miss one? There you go.
You talked about how to build a community, basically. This is general research that you applied for SingularityNET,
Yes.
and it worked that way. So if I copy your sources, I can help it as use it as a framework for building my community.
You can definitely use it as a framework to build a community, yes.
Did you apply design thinking?
Sorry?
Did you apply design thinking as a process?
So it was the information was gathered in a focus group interview. So if you want to do you might want to do some quantitative validation of the results. But the results that I got from this research, I mean they've seemed to work pretty well for us. So yeah, you can definitely I'd advise to use it as a framework. Yeah.
Cheers.
Anyone? Another question? Maybe in the back there, or the front. Middle also acceptable. No? Then, yeah, I'll take it. It's a one-handed catch for me, and I knocked over the shit. Yeah, I shouldn't have volunteered to catch that. In any case, how about then one more round of applause for Ibby Benali. Fantastic. Well, what's going to happen now is we're going to have 5 short speeches, kind of 5 pitches. Each speaker is from Friends of Nature 2.0, and each of the pitches will be a challenge that you can join within the Nature 2.0 track if you don't have an idea of your own, or if you're just interested in supporting their mission, you're a bit more of a team player than, a flag carrier, then these are going to be for you. Now, here's the thing. Before I bring up the first pitcher, the first 4 are going to be exactly 2 minutes, and I've been asked to be a bit of a stickler on the clock, so what I'm going to do is I will tell you when there's just 30 seconds left, and then at 2 minutes, if we happen to run out of time, I will say, I'm sorry, that's time, and it won't be awkward, it won't be weird, it's going to be a fun moment because we're all going to applaud and go crazy. Shall we practice it right now? Oh, I'm afraid that's time. Yeah. Now I hope everyone does go over, because I feel like it'll be better if they do. The second thing is not that we've had an abundance of time for questions. I'm just going to keep saying those 2 words all day. But there'll be no questions for these speakers. Of course, we'll be heading into a break after this. The perfect time to chat with these folks and dig a little bit deeper than they can get to in the 2 or 1 minute allotted. Well, the first person I want to welcome up is the founder of Permanent Data. Please welcome Peter Ros. Peter. Peter. There's no clock. I'll start the clock when you start, and I'll give you a warning at 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. Okay, so what if we could build a construct that has the impact and reach of a corporate, but doesn't have the downsides? So it sounds a bit unimaginable, right? Because normally those constructs are fueled by money and rules and scarcity. Sometimes scarcity is artificial. But we think it's possible to build such a construct that is not fueled by money or rules, but fueled by the power of trust. Actually, 6 years ago, 3 guys constructed such a swarm called Permanent Beta, and we already caused over 1,200 meetups that were connecting technology and social innovation, and did it all without money and without paperwork. And currently we have about a community of about 5,000 people in Holland, South Africa, and also in Tehran. And we think it's time to build a digital twin of this, what we call knowledge particle accelerator. So, I think we have a unique opportunity, this hackathon, to build such a construct and help all the other tracks to think about what is needed in ethical way or in a design way. So we are opening up our community of philosophers, designers, entrepreneurs, as I call them. So help all the other tracks. So if you like, you can join us. I've got one slide, I hope. Maybe another one. Oh, here it is. So join us, help build the unimaginable, and already help all the other tracks to make a platform for all this knowledge, and let's make a better world. Thank you very much.
That's time. Fantastic. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Peter. And I welcome up our next speaker, who is the sustainability ambassador. That's the man who brought quinoa to our supermarket. So we'll have words later. You and my wife are ruining my every meal. And your time will begin when you start, sir.
Thank you. Dear people, I would like you to imagine the life and the environment of a young woman born in one of the refugee camps in Chad, a country in the Sahel area, where there's only despair, poverty, food scarcity, and no future, a total lack of future. And I think we have a solution around the corner which has a name called Fonio. And the product, I brought a little sample with me, which is a native product. It is the fastest growing grain that we know so far. It grows in a very dry area where nothing else grows. And we can use it to build up fruitful areas and grow food over there. Well, how do we create, as soon as possible, an abundance with this grass type of product? Because I am totally convinced that that is possible. We are able to create an abundance of fonio as food, as staple food, regionally and locally, as soon as we decide to use another system than the current capitalistic, money-driven system. So we need something to create infrastructure. We need to process the product to make it edible. We need infrastructure for value creation and value distribution, and to make it common. And of course we need to connect it to funding possibilities here in the West in order to score the benefits, which is food security for the people. We can fight the desert with this product where it can grow. We can add something to the world menu, which is abundant, instead of quinoa, which is not abundant.
And I'm afraid that's time, but give a round of applause for Uni. And you can say what you didn't say during the follow-up questions. By the way, I wanted to let Peter know that that term, entrepreneurs, I was going to steal and use in the future and not give you any credit. So I just want to admit that right now. It's a great... It's open source. That's great. There's an abundance of nerd jokes, and we're all working toward the commons of comedy material for events like this. Thank you. Great. Next up, I feel as though... great. Yeah, I was confused, but now I'm not. Is the director and co-founder of Biomimicry NL. Please welcome Saskia van der Mausenberg.
Thank you.
Excuse me now. And Saskia, once again, I'll start when you start.
Okay, thank you. So thank you so much. So I'm here representing Team Habari, who is looking at, especially to combat climate change. We all know that we're getting more extreme weather conditions and that crops are suffering all over the world from this, leading to income deficiency from farmers, but also food security for all of us. So I think there is hope. There's a huge problem, there's also a new hope. This team has been working on their free time to create a device by taking inspiration from plants at Mount Kilimanjaro, how they protect themselves from night frost, and they created a device to protect crops. Now they want to move much further than just a device and create distributed ecosystems by collecting local data from all ecosystems in the world so that can be connected, and maybe even machines can start building these devices. So we're looking for, we already have some people in the team, but we're looking for those last Jedis that can help create these DAOs that we can only imagine what could be done, because our team is biologists, really. But we're looking for people who can help build a digital twin. We already have the physical twin. And what we can bring to you is we know how life operates for 3.8 billion years. We can give you the use code of natural ecosystems. We are also being backed up with lots of biomimics all around the world. In the Netherlands, there's just one hub, but we have
networks all over the world. And many of those people are interested and can help you learn about those life principles. So that is something we can offer. Lessons for life, for all of life. So if you want to be part of this and learn how to bridge biology to digital solutions and help create conditions that are conducive to all of life, then please join us. Team Habari.
Thank you, Saskia. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm sure a lot of people are like, I don't know if this is for me. Jedis? All right, I'm gonna get out of your way here. I feel like I'm in the path to the stage. Our next speaker is the founder of Kamajir. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly.
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay. Please welcome Arash Azami.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey.
And
I have way too many slides because I thought it was 3 minutes, so you might as well say 30 seconds now. We're going to talk about the Internet of Energy. And why? Because we're burning 500 million years worth of natural resources in 500 years, which means that basically we're going 1 million times faster than the Earth can cope with. So we need to shift a little bit, which means that we need new models that are going to make the old model obsolete. It's absolutely pointless to invest any resources that we have into incrementally improving the systems that we know today. We need new systems. Now, the Internet of Energy, if we look at the birth of the web, it's Tim Berners-Lee, 1989, wrote the www protocol, was aided by a couple of other protocols, and therefore we are all interconnected and making people so happy. So now we want to do this with energy, and we're moving away from this system, which looks, very sexy, through decentralized energy distribution systems, and then the future is going to be all distributed. Why do I believe that? Because we have already 8.3 billion machines in the world that are connected to the Internet of Things. 8.3 billion, and that number is going to triple in the next 5 years or so, which means that all these machines require energy, and most of these machines also have some form of residual energy or are energy producers themselves. So if we find ways to interconnect all of them, and this is not only for electricity, this is also for molecules, for gas forms and photons even, because we're going to have photonic energy, then we're going to have this functioning DAO, which is called the Internet of Energy, which means that we can thrive on the abundance of the Earth's resources, natural resources. For instance, the sun is shining 1,437 times the amount of energy that humanity needs today alone. So we're looking at peer-to-peer, self-balancing, multi-carrier, and owner's-ready systems, which means that every connected machine will be able to exchange energy with each other. And what we need from you guys is to help us out with this. We need to figure out how are we going to register the origin. How are we going to find out which peer is everywhere in the system? How are we going to balance every transaction? How are we going to come to this self-balancing system? Thank you. And I think I made it.
Well done. And again, Arash will be, out there drinking coffee with the rest of everybody. So if you want to hear more, I think he's got like 14 more slides to show you. So
the last one, the very last one was about Jedis, by the way.
And then you were like, yeah, but she already got Jedis, so I can't just use Jedis again. Yeah, when you started saying photon, we were all getting excited for the Star Trek references, though. Okay, entrepreneurs. See, I'm using it already. Alrighty. Our final talk is going to be but 1 minute long, and it comes from us from the director of ecosystem at IOTA, or do you say IOTA? I'm not sure which you say. Please say hello to the fellow already on stage, Louis Freiber.
Hi, everyone. So I'm not here to pitch an idea. I'm here to talk about a protocol. So who am I and where am I from? I'm from the IOTA Foundation. We're a not-for-profit based in Berlin, and we build a feeless, open-source distributed ledger technology. And the reason why we're doing that is to power something we call the economy of things. And so what do I mean by that? I mean individual devices, machines to machines, machines to humans, interacting in a way that they're able to reduce inefficiencies and create value in a seamless manner. So what I'm talking about here is a protocol which allows for devices to, vehicles, grids, machinery to be able to interact with each other, to trade information, services, and value. And so why am I here on stage? We're supporting the Nature 2.0 hackathon. we're supporting the Odyssey Hackathon and supporting the stream of Nature 2.0 among 2 other streams that we've also selected. And so we'll have Jedis at the event helping you build the unimaginable. So yeah, we hope to see you there, and thank you for listening.
Nicely done.
Thank you.
You got in your Jedi reference just under the wire. Well now, thanks to my smooth cutting people off, we have an abundance of time. Shall we still invite folks back at 4:15 and give them a chance to network even more, talk to the graphic artists even more? I like that too. So what we're going to do, folks, is we're going to take a break. Before you go anywhere, I want to remind you again, don't forget to talk to the graphic artists. Now, we had an astute question, how will you recognize them? But I think now we all know they're the ones drawing. So if you've got a question that you want to have life breathed into it in graphic art form, then that's the place to do it. And if there's no time to talk to them, then really go see Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. It's great. I will also say, don't forget to use your Tinder app and swipe yourself some new teammates. Although if one of these, the first 4 pitches occurs to you, maybe you want to do it in person the old-fashioned way, meet them out there and buy them a cup of coffee. We will see you back in here at 4:15 and try and put it all together and make some sense. No, you were right when you stood up. I'll see you at 4:15. All righty, everybody, welcome back. Welcome back, folks, which is, that is moderator code for please stop talking and look this way. So I hope folks had a productive break. Have people been using the Tinder situation? Have you found some new teammates with Tinder? Well, I mean, it's not really Tinder. It's kind of fake Tinder. It's like tech Tinder. It's tech-der. And, but I don't, I'll explain it to you later offline. Well, folks, welcome back again. We've heard quite a bit about Nature 2.0, its background, the elements that can make up a successful project for this track. You heard a little bit about Odyssey and sort of put it all together for the types of projects that might be perfect for this branch of the hackathon. Now, if you're like me, you sorta, kinda don't really understand it 100% yet. But in the next hour, we want to really help everybody in here, myself included, understand the parameters for designing your project for the Nature 2.0 track of Odyssey. I cannot do this alone, and to help me do this, please welcome to the stage my colleague from Boom Chicago, Simon Lucas. Simon, I'm going to take the clicker.
Hello, and it's very good to be here, Pep, and it is inspiring to be here because we are comedians, and as comedians, we tend to be a bit pessimistic. We see the glass as half empty, unless, of course, it's a glass of beer, in which case it's completely empty, because most pessimistic comedians are also alcoholics.
100% true. So I'm glad you're up here. I'm glad you're up here. I've been listening for the last couple hours. I've been sort of sitting there while the talks are happening. I'm watching the slides. I'm taking all the notes I can, and it's kind of confusing. And I'm hoping you can help me straighten it all out. So let me ask you this. Are you ready to help all these folks imagine the unimaginable?
Sort of, yes, sort of.
How does that? What do you mean?
Well, I mean, as hard as I try, I can't really imagine what a lot of these guys are talking about.
That I couldn't either, and I still kind of can't. Can you be more specific?
Yeah, so like they say that most of the world's ecosystems make sense from an economic point of view, but not from an engineering point of view. Now, first of all, what does that even mean? I mean, how does an ecosystem work on an engineering level? I mean, all they do is build bridges, and every sail has to obey one of Newton's laws. So, for example, it might be, hi, I'd like to buy a sandwich, please. Okay, yes, well, that will be force equals mass times acceleration euros, please. Come again.
Okay, that's not it at all. That just means that you want to throw away the idea that economics, the economic idea that everything's about scarcity and profit, right? The idea is we throw that away. We throw that mentality away. And an engineering point of view is just about like pure efficiency. Nobody's got power, nobody's got dominance, nobody gets profit. It's about distributing the maximum amount of goods to the maximum amount of people, right?
I don't know. I feel like economic systems need to make sense from an economic point of view. I mean, the last time I heard a business plan that did not make sense from an economic point of view, it was for that flower shop in the pipe.
Oh, I know the one you mean. The one where it's been open for 8 years, but nobody ever goes in, ever?
Yeah, that's the one. I mean, how do they even pay rents in the pipe? I mean, how does that make economic sense?
I don't think it does, but to be fair, it doesn't make engineering sense either. I'm pretty sure that place is used for money laundering by organized crime. It doesn't make sense from an engineering point of view or an economic point of view, only from a mafia point of view.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. And JP talks about setting up temporary cities. Now, if you've seen his TED Talk, he talks a lot about refugee camps and music festivals.
Yeah, so?
Well, I don't know about you, Pep, but I would like modern cities of the future to actually have running water and toilets that actually work. I mean, unless JP wants the city to run on cigarettes, back rubs, and MDMA, I think he needs a new model.
Okay, no, what he means is that cities currently use an untenable model where they have to make these huge investments of tens of thousands of euros in like laying pipes and cables and all sorts of infrastructure, which make an assumption that nothing's going to change for 40 years, 50 years, when in fact, these days, everything is changing every day. So in other words, to use your music festival lingo, with which you seem to be weirdly familiar, you don't want to invest all your resources in MDMA because kids today have already moved on to DMT and FMP.
Okay. All right, I'll take that. But what about all that stuff about cars? You know, all the stuff that's like, oh yeah, we can reduce the cost of cars by 94% because of car sharing. Now, okay, first of all, if I wanted to share a car, I would get another job as an Uber driver. And secondly, the whole phrase sharing economy makes me automatically suspicious. You see, when my mother taught me to share toys with children when I was a child, she didn't also make me download an app so I could charge them for using them. I mean, that's not sharing, that is renting. You know, sharing was the guy on the way to the music festival that pulled over and said, hey man, are you going to the music festival? Get in, you can share my car. And I was like, thank you, this is amazing, this is sharing.
That's what we're talking about.
Absolutely, but sharing economy is when that same guy suddenly pulled over and gave me a creepy look and said, gas, ass or grass. Nobody rides for free. I mean, that's why I need to own my own car.
Okay. For the record, that does sound like a creepy moment.
Yeah, it was a creepy moment.
I'm sorry that happened to you. But the problem is you're still thinking in the box. You got to get outside the box, and you got to think differently. You got to think. You know what you got to do? You got to think about a future where cars become like oxygen.
Okay, I don't want to sound like 15-year-old Greta from earlier, but that seems better than the current system where cars are replacing oxygen with carbon monoxide.
No. The point is not that it's actually turning into oxygen. The point is that cars are going to be so easily available, it'll seem like oxygen, right? There's so much cars you won't even think about it. It'll be like Starbucks currently, where you don't have to think about it at all. You just turn around, boom, there's a Starbucks. And by the way, no, I'm not going to try your goddamn blonde roast.
Okay, but people actually invest in Starbucks, Pep. They know that Starbucks makes money. How will these people find investors with the kind of ideas that we're going to ask them to come up with?
See, the problem is you weren't here for Trent's talk in the beginning, where we learned about how automation and sharing is not only going to drive down the cost of the cars in the first place, but in fact, some of these autonomous vehicles will become autonomous money makers. They're actually going to generate revenue. Between the new revenue streams and the lower costs, these things are going to be so low cost that you can actually crowdsource the whole thing. You know, like for example, the way you want to crowdsource a car to go to one of those music festivals that you love so very much.
But
bring the FMTP.
Okay, well, I won't need to own a car after one of these ideas apparently becomes reality.
Exactly, you get it.
I totally do not get it. I mean, people are inherently selfish.
Aha! That's why we cut out the people and add in the automation.
But if it's all about automation, why is this whole thing called Nature 2.0? Automation is, by its very nature, not natural.
Aha! We want to make the systems that duplicate the abundance mentality found in Nature 1.0. Boom, Nature 2.0.
Yeah, but don't animals in nature actually kill each other all the time, Pep?
Yes, but it happens with abundance.
Look, why do we have to disrupt paradigms and create new ecosystems? I mean, aren't we living in the best time there's ever been to be alive? I mean, we have more education, more food, more health, more wealth, more superhero movies, more Taylor Swift songs. I mean, we have more of everything.
These music festivals that you're going to, are they Taylor Swift concerts?
They might be Taylor Swift concerts, possibly, yes.
Well, there's more of everything, Simon, you're right. More climate change, more chance of another financial crisis, more Brexit, more Donald Trump. Best of times, my friend. That's why we want ideas that don't just chip away at the current ecosystems. That's why we want to totally build brand new ecosystems. That's what these guys are going to do. They're going to make new ecosystems that embrace automation.
Okay, I think I finally get it.
Finally!
Yeah, so can you tell me, is this going to be an automated future dystopia like in the Terminator, or an automated future dystopia like in the Matrix?
No, it's not going to be that at all. It's going to, first of all, that's a VR dystopia. But anyway, we're going to use automation to reduce costs and remove the scarcity mentality. Bingo.
Yeah, I think that's what the guys from Cyberdyne Systems said just before they pitched the Terminator robots. They're like, oh, no, we're not creating a dystopia. It's a beautiful, automated future with lower costs and no scarcity.
See, once again, Simon, the problem is, this is the problem that a lot of folks are probably facing, is that you're still seeing this through the eyes of the current paradigm, right? You have to get outside that thinking. You gotta tear down the current ecosystem and build new ecosystems and change people's mindsets and create new paradigms.
Dude, you sound like a James Bond villain. I mean, I'm James Bond, and I'm strapped to the laser table, and you're like, yes, Mr. Bond, I will press this button and launch the missile that will destroy the current ecosystem and create a brand new one based on automation and abundance.
To be 100% fair to what you said, I'm pretty sure that Jan Peter and Trent have that button ready to go. And for the record, I feel like, honestly, that's why this hackathon is so important. That's why this track of Odyssey is so important. Because if these folks can't come up with viable solutions, Trent and Jan Peter press the button. And the good news is, these are the ones that can do it. These are the people here. They're excited about it. Entrepreneurs, if you will. Look around the room, right? I mean, and this is not... I've been to many tech events, and usually you don't get the kind of beautiful diversity you have here. We got a great mix of types of people, age, gender. Usually you go to an event like this that's so tech-focused, and it's kind of like a mix of white dudes in glasses and white dudes with contact lenses, right? This is great. This is great.
So, nerds.
Yeah, we're all nerds. Nerds chic. Whatever you want to call, we're nerds, and you know what? I think we're all proud of being nerds. I'm a nerd too, right? Who's a nerd? Nerd pride, right there. And let me say this. When I grew up and went to school, it was not so awesome to be a nerd, all right? We used to get beat up if we were nerds, and now we live in a beautiful nerd time, and in fact, the types of people that used to beat up nerds like me drive the Ubers that take me to events like this. It's a great time to be a nerd.
The people that drive Ubers in the current ecosystem. Am I right?
Exactly.
Okay, yes, after these people are done, it will be automated Ubers driving us around for a tiny fraction of the price.
Yes.
And the automated cars will get energy from automated energy grids, making energy on the roofs of buildings for a fraction of the price that we currently pay.
Yes.
And those fully energized automated cars will drive to automated detention centers where they keep humans who dare to fight against the robots prisoner.
Too far? That was too far.
I mean, I, for one, welcome our automated car-sharing robot overlords.
Okay, that was enough. It crossed the line. Cross the line next time.
Okay, well, I think the thing is, Pep, I still do not get this 100%.
Well, that's okay. That's the good news. No one here has to understand it 100%. Dare I say, no one here could possibly understand it 100%. We just want everyone to understand it enough so that you think it's doable, so that you can feel like you are confident enough that you could pitch ideas for this track of the hackathon, for Nature 2.0's track.
Okay, it's true. So, we want to take the next 45 minutes giving you guidelines that you can use to steer yourself as you try and come up with ideas and projects at the hackathon. So we have 3 simple rules that we want you to write down. Now, rule number 1 is every idea needs a business case. So in short, how is this thing going to make money?
Rule number 2, focus on investors. You want to think about how this thing's going to attract the kind of juicy VC money that can make it a reality.
And rule number 3, think about basic human motivations, power and scarcity. And ask yourself, how does this project satisfy those basic needs?
So what I want to do is pull out your phones and take a picture of these 3 rules and then ask yourself about our formatting skills. And once you've done that, take a picture of the rule, and then take that picture and send it to someone who gives a shit, and then delete that picture from your phone, because this is some bullshit right here, all right? This is not what we're talking about. This is Muggles, and we're at Hogwarts today. No? Sorry. This is the Empire, and we're all Jedi today. All right. But it's a very specific kind of nerd in the room, and I like that. I like that.
But we do have some real guidelines for you, 4 easy guidelines, and these ones are 100% real.
That's true. So first of all, the guideline number 1 is every idea should focus on cooperation. It should not be competition-based.
Okay, so you've already lost a heartless skeptic like me.
I got to be honest, that's fine. You're not really the target for this. Okay. Guideline number 2 is we want you to think about abundance, not scarcity. It can't be based on power or on dominance. The ecosystem you're describing, in the words of Jan Peter, will likely make more sense to a rabbit than it would to a human.
Did you hear that, Mr. Bond? Therefore, I release my rabbit serum into the water and turn all of humanity into rabbits. Great cooperative rabbits with an abundance mindset.
That's fair. Okay. So the third guideline is, forget the business case. If you're asking yourself, what's the business case, you are asking the wrong question. We want you to build a commons.
Okay, so to be clear, we want them to forget the business case, the way that this could actually make money, and focus on building a commons, a way that is guaranteed to make no money.
No. I mean, yeah. Essentially, yes. Yes, do that. But remember, the costs get lower, and these things can generate their own revenue streams.
Look, if I was James Bond, I wouldn't actually shoot you because I want to see this plan in action.
I do too. Which brings us to the last guideline, and the last guideline is that they could be wrong. That 1, 2, and 3 could be totally wrong. We think they're right, but it could be wrong, and if in the ensuing conversation we realize that one of them was wrong, believe me, we will re-edit this. We got to get in there anyway to change the formatting. So we've got to edit it anyway. So if you can make us change our minds or come up with new or better guidelines, we would love to hear it. And before we continue this afternoon session, does all of this make sense so far?
Are you asking me? Because no, it doesn't make sense at all.
I was not asking you.
Okay.
Does it make sense so far? Is it vaguely confused? It all makes sense so far. That is great. That is fantastic.
Okay, perfect. So, Pep, can you make anything even less clear?
I can. I promise I can. Because we want to give you some advice that to help you come up with the idea for your project. These are going to be steps to figure out what sort of a project lies within the guidelines. And spoiler alert, some of this Jan Peter already said a little bit, all right? So step 0 is kind of figure out, what drives you.
What drives me? Well, apparently it's automated cars that get energy from automated energy stations, apparently.
Yeah, it's 100% true, but that's not what I meant. Anyway, you figure out what drives you, and then you move into step 1, which is look through that issue and figure out what is the big thing you need to deal with, what's the big problem that doesn't have an owner that needs solving. Basically, what do you want to tackle? And think big. Don't think small. This is not about the lines are too long at Albert Heijn.
And anyway, there won't be lines and there won't be Albert Heijns anymore, right? Because now we have an abundance of food, just like in Rabbit World. Am I correct?
I mean, you're taking the piss, but yes, that's right. So laugh it up, you rabbit hater. There won't be Albert Heijns when we're done, but still think big, all right? So what do you want to fix? Is it pollution? Is it climate change? Is it hunger?
Too many James Bonds, not enough mad scientists.
That's too small. That's totally too small. Anyway, next comes step 2. You've heard it before. We're going to restate it for you. You want to think like an engineer. You want to rethink the current value chain with an engineer's mindset. Anything that was done just to support the business model, it could be lock-ins, it could be social pressure, that has all got to go. And at this point, it's probably going to help if you just stop thinking about the ecosystems you're used to and start thinking about how to automate it, right? This is where you start thinking about how can this be a machine-to-machine kind of a system.
And you don't think that sounds even a tiny bit terrifying? I mean, it sounds like, hey guys, first, think of a human problem. Secondly, eliminate humans. Problem solved.
I mean, no, we're not eliminating the humans. We're eliminating the human, greed and the need for power or ownership, right? Like, for example, if your car paid for at current prices as part of a car-sharing ecosystem, then we've learned that you're going to want gas, ass, or grass in exchange for a ride, right? And that was creepy for you. But if it's a self-driving automated car whose price is just 94% less than it used to be, all that goes away. So think about machine-to-machine systems, M-to-M systems. But don't stop there, because there's step 3, which is remove all competition. And that doesn't mean destroy them with your evil scheme. That means stop thinking about competition in your plan. Redesign the ecosystems toward cooperation. Replace a focus on scarcity with an abundance mentality. And then like oxygen, you can stop thinking about it. It will just be there.
I'm pretty sure that's what we used to think about clean water.
That is a good point. That would be a good step 1 problem for you to tackle. Good job.
Ah, really? Okay, I think I might make a pitch at the hackathon.
That seems unlikely. Okay. So step 4 then. Step 4 is, you want to think about people's intrinsic motivations. It can't be about wanting to be a billionaire. Don't enter the Nature 2.0 track if you want to be the next Steve Jobs or Jeff Bezos or Donald Trump.
I think if you're in the Netherlands and you want to be the next Donald Trump, your name is probably Geert Wilders.
And he's not even a billionaire. He's merely a racist. And finally, and by finally I mean not quite finally, we move to step 5, which is design it if it's a digital, design it as a global distributed service. So we don't want the digital equivalent of us using one kind of an electric plug and then the United States and the UK using what is clearly the wrong kind of electrical plug. We want global data, a storehouse that stores all the data. It's a global system. Everybody can use it easily.
Yeah, but surely the automated self-driving cars that get energy from automated energy distributors and definitely do not want to enslave humanity, surely they will operate more like hives at a local level.
Nice, and yes, indeed, that's true. But there'll be one global database for the data that is best held globally, and if you're the person that broke something back there, don't worry, there's an abundance of them.
Okay, I'm going to nod my head, even though we both know you didn't actually answer my question.
Totally answered your question. I totally answered it, but I'm willing to move on anyway. Simon, step 6. Step 6, design the physical part as a social hub. Okay, in our non-Albert Heijns, it can't be enough to want to go there for the healthy, inexpensive food, though you'd think that would be enough. But what we want is folks to feel good while they're in there. We want it to be a social hub. It should be part of a compelling social movement.
Finally, we agree.
We do?
Yeah. Albert Heijn, as it now exists, is definitely not the hub of a compelling social movement.
That's true.
I mean, Jumbo maybe.
Okay, finally. And finally, step 7, rethink the financing. Screw VCs. Forget the first tranche this or runway that. Forget it all. The combination of all the elements I mentioned before means that prices will be crazy low. People will want to be part of your ecosystem. M2M opens up a lot of low-cost options and possibilities, like I said, for generating revenue. Again, the point isn't profit. The point is to create and share social good.
And then we all hold hands and sing Kumbaya as the old ecosystem crumbles.
Again, I know you're taking the piss, but yes, that's exactly right. Except for the song Kumbaya, which even hippies like us in the room can admit is a terrible song.
Okay, Pep, well, I will believe it when I see it.
And we hope, Simon, that you will get to see it. I hope that we'll get to see it too, and that's the point of this. The point is you're going to get your chance to see these ideas at the Odyssey Hackathon in the Nature 2.0 track where projects become reality. And what we want to do now is help folks shape ideas and even understand this more. Up here on this board, there's some questions that people had earlier, but what we want to do now is take your questions and talk about ideas that do or do not fit in within the guidelines and the 7 steps. We're going to use the guidelines, the steps, some healthy skepticism, and probably Jan Peter knowing what he wants to help figure out how to imagine the unimaginable. And before we do, I just want to say again that the people in this room are just the kind of people to do it. One more time, we are in a golden age of nerds like everyone in this room. I mean, think about it, right? Who makes the smart apps on your phones every day? Say it with me. Nerds. Who is going to recreate ecosystems and create new paradigms with an abundance mentality and create a new commons? Say it with me. Nerds. Who built the iPhones in your pocket right now? Say it with me. Nerds. Chinese children. But that's what we're trying to avoid with these projects. So let's jump in. If you've got questions, let's take them. If you've got ideas or concepts, we want to help everybody be on the same page right now. So look what I got. I got this thing, and I don't need this. What happens if I press this button? Great. I'm going to throw this around. If you've got a question or a comment or something, let me know. The app situation is off right now. We want this to be a sort of a round table, common room discussion. And if you're an introvert and that scares you, then shake off that old thinking. Who's got a comment? Who's got a question? Who's got a something? Who's got a concern? Who's got an idea? Who's got an idea? You've got an idea? I'm going to throw it, but let's do it one step at a time. You're my checkpoint. All right, say your name if you don't mind,
Hi.
and then we're all going to say hi, and then we're going to say your name.
Hi, I'm Deborah.
Hi,
Deborah.
Thank you. Hi, all. I have this idea because of the plastic solution to build suicide drones to get the plastic and to dump it.
Sorry, when
in
you said the
volcano.
plastic situation, you mean like plastic in water, for example?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And to dump it in the volcano, because now the plastic, if you want to recycle it, thank you, it costs a lot of money, it has a lot of pollution, and with the heat in the volcano and the pressure in the volcano, it just like melts.
All right, a couple things I want to address in that idea, which is a great idea. Thank you very much for that, Deborah. First of all, I do feel like the plastic in the water, in the oceans, and all the big bodies of water is indeed a huge problem without an owner, right? That is a great problem without an owner. I do think that suicide drones sounds like it's something else, and we should think about the name.
Yeah, yeah, because we can print them, and then they take the garbage.
Suicide drone sounds like what the robots bring in when there's a couple too many humans walking around. But that's great. That's not important. I will also note that every plan that involves a volcano is only making his James Bond villain. But so the idea just because is we'll get an army of drones, plastic retrieval drones, or PRDs. The PRDs are going to fly around, they're going to pull the plastic out of the bodies of water, and they're going to take it to the nearest active volcano
where it will burn and go into the air and cause pollution, surely.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't cause pollution because the heat, the temperature is that high that it. I don't know. It's
the pollution. There's no. It's like
there
the black hole of smoke.
Yeah.
It's so hot. It's like a smoke black hole.
There is no black hole anymore.
All right. So, well, no, I mean the black hole because no light escapes the black hole, and the volcano is so hot that no smoke escapes.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think maybe we can. Onderzoeken. We kunnen het onderzoeken.
I think it's let's do some research. Some onderzoeken. Although onderzoek sounds like it's like peeking under, which is again it's a little creepy. So that it sounds like we're on the right track. How do you feel about that?
Well, the concept of idea is of course great because what you're saying is we have plastic pollution. Can we let it go away in a way with no pollution as result?
Yeah.
So if you have that narrative, then we can start researching about it.
Yeah.
So in our team, for example, we have the guys of Duin who help us with all our research. And if you say, okay, we have plastics and we want it to be gone, then they can say, okay, what's happening in the world today? They have this big technology radar. And they say, okay, this technology could work, this technology could work, this technology could work. Maybe it's not even necessary to let it go away, but to rebuild it as usable building blocks for other ecosystems. So it becomes, in my conceptual mind, it becomes a Lego tree.
Yeah.
So that you have the drones, and then we don't have to destroy them, that's also cool. We have the drones. You bring them into this process, and then you start creating building blocks that are free because it was made of weight that can be used to problems that make sense.
Yeah.
So if let me see if I can restate this words that Simon and I can understand.
Yeah.
The PRDs, the plastic redistribution drones, will pick up the plastic. And they, on their own, because they're autonomous drones, and then they take the plastic to a center where it's melted down into like a plastic raw material, and then it can be, for example, 3D printed with an autonomous 3D printer into building blocks, perhaps shaped like Legos, because everyone knows you can build just about anything with a Lego.
Exactly.
And then these are built, I suspect, by autonomous AI-controlled building builders, but who knows, humans might be using this, I'm not sure at this point. and they'll build structures that are needed. For example, a Great Southern Wall on the American border.
Yeah, that was already promised, so that is, and I know who's going to pay for it.
The revenue stream.
Yeah.
I will build a great wall, and lower costs and revenue stream will pay for the wall.
Yeah. And the super cool thing what you're doing is that we now have entities that give us materials, like Gamma, like Praxis, but for them it's very important that every material we use gets become waste after we have used it, so you cannot alter it. Where if you take your design proposition, you can make it alter to the max. Yeah. So that we can reuse it and reuse it again. And that's exactly the kind of unimaginable narrative. Because you don't care about making money of the materials. You don't care about that they are building the emergent houses, the great... you just like the pollution to be gone.
To be gone.
And that's exactly where maybe your team would build this part. And then you have the teams that want to build the houses that are so great for everybody and can be rebuilt everywhere. But where are they going to get the material?
Yeah.
Like that. So super cool idea. Thank you very much.
Super cool idea. And it turns out that's idea that's actually a building block, almost Lego style, of a much larger ecosystem of solutions. Fantastic. Okay. Other stuff there. Oh, you wanted to clap. Let's give it up for Deirdre. Absolutely right. You were right and I was wrong. You got an idea over here? Let's throw that catch box.
It's not so much an idea, it's basically an observation. So a few people may know me, but I launched a concept, a business, for a better word. It's going to tie into your James Bond thing very shortly, I'm sure. I'm the person that created a business that rents out cats to kill mice in the Netherlands.
You're Blofeld, basically.
I'm Blofeld on the end.
So he's Blofeld supplier.
Oh, Blofeld supplier, yes.
Right, okay, so it's about the whole thing about crazy ideas from nerds. So basically, 2 dogs don't catch mice, so basically I need to borrow a cat, so people around me not wanting to lend me their cat. 22,000 people later in the Netherlands, and basically now I've got the government banging on the door, turning around and asking for the data, specifically for Amsterdam, about mouse populations. Because of course the winter comes in and the mice, people start getting into the situation whereby there's more mice in the house. So people want to get rid of the issue. Obviously this is, I mean, I'm a nerd, I have other things, but this was kind of like a crazy idea. It's, as an observation to the team and all fellow nerds here, it's kind of interesting because people have now started talking about collection for mouse bodies. You know, there's a lot of spiraling of businesses connected to the mouse killing business.
I mean, the mouse killing business, this is not a euphemism for something else, right?
No. This is actually a real, it's a real concept that was established here, literally across the road. I live across the road, literally.
Now, there's part of me that has the instinct to say, I feel like mice is not a big enough problem. It's not quite a step 0, step 1. But I might be wrong because, you know, there's populations where mice are bringing in disease. And this might be a huge, you know, eliminating vermin, eliminating disease kind
of
rats,
solution. Maybe. Rats even more than mice.
Rats, for example.
Yeah.
But just remember, you know, in the old days, you had to pay the piper or there was trouble. But with this new system, you don't need to.
Well, just around the corner from here, the plane has the rattler. It's kind of a statue on the corner, which regarding the kind of like the rat catcher in Amsterdam was primarily based here, and yeah. But it's an interesting observation. This entire business has now started springing up. You know, people in San Francisco, New York, in Israel, they've got a bigger issue with snakes.
Well, now hang on. Let's one animal at a time.
Yeah, this is all about mice.
But I just so I'm curious because it seems like what you're describing is still a very profit-based situation, right? It's not that these.
Not really.
Well, I mean, somebody's got these cats. They're
yeah, the owners of the cats basically take the cat around to the house, and
maybe you can do it with crypto kitties.
Yeah, no. But the cat only needs to be there 15 minutes, doesn't have to kill a mouse. It's just to phone them. But the pricing model was put in place to stop fake adverts.
Alrighty. I'm a little, okay, so we've followed this train quite a ways, and I love it because it's a fascinating situation.
Yeah.
Renting the cats, and it turns out they're not even hunters. You just want that new cat smell.
Yeah.
I mean that pheromone. You can't smell it.
Yeah.
Though I've never met a cat I couldn't smell.
What I'm interested in, though, does it work on the same basis as Uber? Is there like a star rating for the cats? So what happens if the cat falls below a certain star rating? Are they not used anymore?
Well, the gamification-wise is the fact that the more mice the cat kills, basically the more valuable the cat becomes. So more people want the cat. It's kind of like, it's a weird metric, completely weird metric.
It sounds dangerously like cat prostitution. I just want to say that right now.
So you were saying earlier about big thinking big.
Rent out pussy in this city, all right?
Yeah, I had that one as well.
All right, so
yeah, there's one challenge if you come with this, that if you imagine a group of people who really are passionate about making their houses mouse-free, then they could cooperate, sharing each other cats, and it would work.
Yeah.
As soon as you call it a business, there is a sales opportunity for more mice.
Indeed.
Because by creating more mice, you can create your own scarcity of cats.
Yes.
So that's exactly why taking the economical approach,
that's your second business.
of course, you never would do that, but dark minds could do it.
Yeah, we call it cat and mouse dating services.
Yeah.
It's not exactly...
We have a Tinder app.
It's not rent-a-cat.
What we got?
Okay, so I'm Nico.
Hi, Nico.
Hi, Nico. So what happens when we break up a house in blocks? Can we technically eliminate the decision between should I pay rent or should I pay a mortgage of this house for the next 10, 15 years? What if it's the same? I'm basically just buying blocks of this house, and let's say and then we can avoid maybe a financial digression by the banks lending money they do not have because you're technically just buying parts of this house. And let's say you have a financial distress situation where you cannot pay rent or buy more blocks of this house. You can sell your blocks for a while. That's kind of the idea, and looking for people to help, like doing the math and this kind of stuff for this project.
If you nature that idea up, then you have birds, and birds build their houses from wood they find everywhere, and this wood is abundant and free. So if you take a parallel to what we do today, we all go out and buy stuff we do not need. And that stuff lies around forever because it's waiting for us to throw it away. What would happen if all the stuff we buy, we add a chip, and if the stuff isn't moved for a year, it automatically becomes like the wood. So for us, it would be sending a message, oh, please, people, can you come and take my trash away? I really would like it. And the other get free materials. Now, there's one new challenge, because the things we make today can only be used in one way. But if we, again, would build all the things out of Lego, then the thing that isn't used for a year is a lot of Lego building blocks coming back to the community, who then have free materials to build houses. So nobody has to buy, nobody has to, and that's just the chip and the redistribution. So that's the nice thing. If you forget all about money and you go back to the engineering, then it's just sharing and reusing resources and thinking about, okay, what makes those resources more valuable?
Okay.
Well, I kind of want to.
I mean, there's just one, like, slight objection to the idea.
Nico, can you toss my man the?
Yeah. Slight objection to. Well, hi, I'm Jaco. Okay, but slight objection. I mean, if we do what you just suggested, then all musea would empty out a year from now. because you don't move stuff in a museum.
Yeah.
So I could take the Nachtwacht away after a year.
Yeah,
like,
so
you know, I really need that thing.
So the important thing is don't let Nazis put the chips in and make sound decisions of what gets a chip and what doesn't get a chip.
Who decides?
Nazis.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's already okay. Sorted.
No,
there is this realm of things I really like that help us to do the things during the day that really are essential to us, and we forget about automatically when we go to sleep because it's not part of our life story.
I agree.
And all those things that we forget about as soon as we go to sleep, those could be the parts with chips. And of course, we need some research to discover what that is. But if it isn't part of your narrative, we can do something with this. And somebody said, okay, how can I imagine this? Well, we already, or most people know the situation. It's the world when you are 11 years old. Then you have two entities who are called mom and dad. And they take care of all the things that are essential for you, but you really don't care about. That there is a house, that the house is warm, that you get food. Because you want to wake up and do the things which really intrinsically motivate you. So, if you let the things that intrinsically motivate you out of the equation, all the things that are just there to help you live your life, that could be part of ecosystems that would always be there to assist you. And this is where we want you to go with Nature 2.0.
All right, let me quickly, and before we pass over the catch box, well, we can but you've got something you want to say. Okay,
yeah.
well, just wait a minute. Then let me comment. Like, I just want to unpack three things that you've said.
Okay. Super.
One is, I think you said something very instructive about getting rid of economics and money solutions, which is, and to think about as an engineer, the chips in the objects to me is a great engineer's point of view, which is right now we're just not used to things being valued that way because we already have a way of valuing of them. But gosh, what if there's a different system? Chips that'll tell you if something's being used or not used. That's a great way to sort of get outside the paradigm of basic economics. Everything has a value. Then we have the question of, who's going to make the decision. But I think the thing you guys have to remember is that just because you want to put chips in things, then we have to put chips in everything, right? Obviously, the robots want to put chips in all of us because it'll help them control us. But we don't have to let them yet. So just remember that you're thinking of out of the box, crazy paradigm, overturning ideas. But you can still, put a cage around it and call it, this is where that idea is taking place. And the third thing, don't remember. But if you think of a bird idea, please don't make it involve regurgitating food. Nobody wants that. Who wants the box right now? Okay, we're gonna go one, and then we're gonna go two, and then it's gonna be 3, 4, and then back up here for 5. And I don't think I saw you, so now you're 6.
Oh,
but you're still 1.
You're still 1. I'm still, yeah. I had, well, it's kind of like an expansion actually on that idea of what kind of system you could create around it, because if you think about dual token economies, which are the ICOs and the STOs, so combining the utility tokens with the security tokens, which means the security tokens are for the ones that have money to actually invest in this idea. Oh, we're not supposed to do that, but we kind of still need the money to kick it off, right?
A little bit of kick-off money.
Yeah, a little bit of kick-off money is sometimes quite nice. And then if you chip everything, you make people from, for example, we do this in the Netherlands, right? And we make all people in the Netherlands token holders, utility token holders in that ecosystem. So you kind of like...
Do we do that?
No, we could do that.
Oh, okay, we could do that. What the hell are we talking about right now? Okay, great.
Yes, wake up. No. So then they have an incentive to also think along of what should be chipped, and they could maybe also vote on this with utility tokens. And the ones with the security tokens, they could get their initial investments also back from this system. And then you can think about other systems maybe in the future, how you can equalize that further. But in that way, you can involve people, incentivize them to think about it and to vote on ideas of how to develop that. And you can have your building blocks. And I mean, I guess the future won't be as dystopian then.
Now, I'm not going to lie. I don't know what you just said. But if I'm the only one, that's fine. But I feel like part of the job that I have today is make sure everything is in layman's terms. And I feel like you've left this layman behind, unless you get it.
No, I don't either.
Great. What can you?
How about the nerds?
Everybody,
Yeah, you like to?
Sure. He's jumped the line.
If I can just respond to that, I'm not asking a separate question.
There's an abundance of catchbox.
I'll keep it brief. So ICOs and STOs are one way of raising money in this ecosystem, and there are new ways that are just being developed now. If anybody is familiar with token bonding curves, is kind of where they're starting, but I think they will evolve past that, and it's more of a continuous funding model. So you don't have a one-time sale, which kind of misaligns the incentives of the team and the investors and the users. And it's basically building a commons infrastructure for all of these great ideas to bootstrap their own funding, attract value to the network, and basically pay that value back out to all participants and investors, donors who become investors through the value accumulation in these commons. And I think it's basically the open commons infrastructure for bootstrapping all of these ideas, which also has a wonderful effect called curation markets, where you have this emergent property where the best ideas or the biggest problems bubble up to the top and they get the attention, because that's another thing, is there's a lot of great ideas here, but we need to direct the attention of the bright minds and also the funding that can come in and help resolve these problems. So lots of interesting things to come.
Well, I got a quick follow-up. How does the token bonding model, does that also describe effects in a dual token system? I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm saying.
Yeah, for sure. I can give a brief.
Yeah. The great thing what you're talking about is, okay, how do we get the wisdom of the crowd out of a system? Then we have the best ideas. Then secondly, there will be money of people who are intrinsically motivated or really want this, what you're talking about, to happen. There is money. Then secondly, you have the best building teams who are willing to build open source. And then you combine the people with the best ideas to the best builders, and they build the next step. And then you have an iterating system, which you can design like a DAO. And then you have a completely new form of organization driven by intrinsic motivation. So these are exactly the discussions we should have out in the open, maybe even inspire the other tracks, because we are building a commons together. It's just important that we take our energy and show what are the new ways so that we can build on each other.
Unleashing collective intelligence.
Yeah, absolutely. Exactly.
Okay, so now I forget who was two. That was my one job, and I screwed it up. Were you two? Sure, what the hell? We're gonna go back. I know we gotta end up back in the back. Otherwise, the folks in the back don't feel like they're included.
Yeah. So my name is Thomas.
Hi, Thomas.
Hi, Thomas.
Hi.
So
Thomas built great AI. He was also worked on one of the teams last year. So
that's true, and that's what I want to.
He's a magic worker.
Thanks. So my passion is to, or not passion, my idea is to fight deforestation, and I have this idea to, tokenize the land so that landowners can claim certain areas of forest they will protect. And then when a satellite comes over and checks using AI, if the area still remains, then the owner of the land is incentivized to, or is rewarded. And I have a problem to get this rewarded system out of the idea and to make it like self-owned or self-sustaining.
I can connect you to Studio Wolfpack. They are really passionate about bringing nature back to the cities. And they don't want to be aesthetic, they want it to be to add value. So, and they already talked to all a lot of municipalities in the Netherlands, have people enthusiastic. So by making a one-to-one match, we can take your idea as a starting point, their insights they already found, and from there you could build further. It would be a great approach.
Okay, thanks. Any other suggestions?
Can I ask them?
Yeah.
I have a forest. Yeah. We have a forest in Brazil, in the Amazonian rainforest, 100,000 hectares, and we want to make them decentralized. And I'm also thinking about making it a DAO, maybe. So I would really love to connect with you.
Yeah.
Woohoo! Swipe right. Swipe right.
And that is the amount of impact you can make in a pitch of 20 seconds. So just to give you a feeling of the magic we could together achieve.
And then we're going to go right back. But after this, it's going back.
Okay. Yeah, I have I'm George.
Hi, George.
Hi, George. Great. I wanted to say something about guideline number 1. I heard it was the question about the housing, should I rent or buy blocks in it. So I was thinking about, I'm from the APT Rethink Retirement track, and I was thinking about, hey, this sounds something to cooperate with. We have a lot of financial experts, so if you participate in this track, feel free. I'm inviting you also to, look if there's a possible cooperation with other teams in the Rethink Retirement track or other tracks. So that was my invitation to everybody here.
Yeah. And think about the magic of this proposition, because we are in an age where with 3 or 4 big medical breakthroughs, you can get 20 years older. Now, what would happen if you are already in a pension? You get money, and now you have this discussion with your wife. Okay, we can get 20 years older and healthy, and it will be the best time of our life, but the money we only had for 5 years, we now have to spread over 25 years. So if you start building houses that do not need money to be operated, all the decisions of those people who are happy that they live, and with the new breakthroughs in medicine could live longer, then on the one hand you help the pension funds, who are one of the biggest investors of the future, and you solve one of their big problems, and you solve all the problems of the people that are happy and want to live longer. So as soon as you start working on these kind of concepts, imagine what number of crowds you can find behind you. If you need AI resources for that, you go to Ibby. She already has 100,000 AI researchers and says, okay, we have a completely crazy but breakthrough idea that can help us find benevolent AI resources. So just by making a small round here in the room, you can do incredible things.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Oh, you were waiting, weren't you?
Yeah.
Okay, but then it's going to go in the back, and I can't, I'm not lying. It's going to go there, then there, okay, and it'll come back to you, but it's going to do a sweeping back thing, and you hand it to me when you're done, and then it won't get out of hand again. All right.
Good. Hi, my name is Age.
Hi,
Age. Love your rainforest idea, and I would love to help in thinking about the way of, well, monetizing it, or, well, working with the value. And it would really benefit because it's about 20% of our total CO2 emissions globally, if we can do something to this. So that would really make a big impact. And in addition, there are a lot of people actually really trying to solve this problem, that they're, well, had this, and they want to give ownership's right on the forest. But they're really struggling to get this off the ground. So actually, if you can solve it, I think could be a lot of traction to get these things scaled up, and that could really benefit forest maintenance, basically. Yeah, so if you need help, let me know. Cool.
I'm going to the back.
Yeah.
No one can stop me. No one can stop me. All right, who's my dude in the back? Delivered to the back.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Woo!
My name is Federico.
Hi, Federico.
Hi, all.
And I will suggest you all. I will suggest you all maybe that's the time to create a sustainable protocol that will allow through transactions, through energy consumption, to create cumulative impact of their scope through an LCA approach. I think that will be challenging, surely, but it will be even a good way to start actually gathering data allocated to all the different services and stakeholders that we have in economy 2.0, 3.0, whatever. If somebody didn't understand me, maybe I'm an engineer, so I cannot express myself so well. So
I'm not sure.
Feel free to make questioning.
What specifically are you looking for? Arthur asked, are you looking for team members?
Oh, anyone that would like to make a sustainable economy come true. And this will kind of include the concept of energy banking. So in the sense the energy companies will be providing, let's say, credit through the consumption that actually stakeholders have. So if stakeholder has a consumption, then it means that actually produce something useful for society because you need to consume energy, and therefore actually the energy company feeds them with a certain amount of credit rather than actually the bank do.
So I'm not sure I followed the idea, but I don't have to if you guys did, and we're all cool. No, not really. Okay, great. So I hate to say it, but can you sort of say it again, but in slightly different words? It's energy-based.
Yeah, but it's also scarcity-based, I believe, because you're talking about an economy, and you're talking about energy that is scarce, that's going from one party to another, where we need the current identity-based system to track the transactions. And that would be, there is an energy challenge, so in a hackathon, so I think there it would be a perfect fit. I have my doubts at this moment if it's challenging enough to be part of the Nature 2.0 track.
Are there some alterations to the?
Yeah. If you want to work on it, but that would mean that you would lose the concept of the economy. That we are going to trigger you. Okay, how can you make this energy abundant so that it is available for everybody and there's no trade possible anymore? Then this is the track for you.
Yeah, absolutely. But I do think abundance is I do not see as a reality in the sense that we can talk about abundance if the whole ecosystem, if we consider the boundary of the ecosystem, and then within the ecosystem itself, we can talk about, okay, this ecosystem is creating abundance, but we cannot take different part of the system, make subsystem, and say, okay, this subsystem are creating abundance, because they will be withdrawing resources from other subsystems.
If you say that what we are talking about is unimaginable, then you make me very happy.
I mean, otherwise I wouldn't be here. I mean,
yeah, it's abundant as an absolute force is resilience to unlimited.
Yeah, so sure, but it takes water, it takes sun, it takes all different things. And if you, for instance, you may take a smaller forest, you take the whole forest and the world does not compete, but if you take another forest, maybe it does compete with the forests in the neighborhood. In the meantime, compete for resources.
It's not using the engineering debating tricks, it's challenging the engineering thought. So it's not a system that is a perfect fit. It is looking at how can I bring emergence to the system. It's not making a control system, it is how can I make anti-fragility in the system. So I thank you for your honesty that you say, okay, from my starting point of the world of today, this is really hard to grasp. And we know that, and that's why we have a lot of entities to help. But entities to help to prove that the barriers of making it impossible are mostly in our frozen mindset and not in technology.
I just feel like we got Obi-Wan Kenobi and Han Solo talking about the Force right now.
Yeah. So this is a good moment to...
I'm not sure if and that was a way of saying I'm not sure you can solve it right now.
No, not at this moment.
All right, but offline perhaps you can solve it. And spoiler alert, he's not going to change his mind. Okay. Now you guys are raising your hand, which is very kind. But there was someone to your left that was waiting in the back. There was another back row person. I think there was someone farther back actually. And but I can live with this too.
Okay, René, I'm an architect from Amsterdam. Hello.
Hi, René.
Thank you. So, perhaps I'll introduce myself. I'm looking, that's my final question, for a so-called blockchain carbon credit wallet for individuals and possibly house by house, so that the house owns a wallet and is paying its energy system by itself. So what we developed is like the Earth, it's heating itself by solar energy on the day side, it's cooling itself by radiation. So going in and out is our today Earth temperature, and I'm using both to heat and cool a building. And our new point is that we store for the lifetime of the building. So the building itself is actually producing and storing its own energy. Our strategy is not energy, it's exergy. It means that if you have a natural gas heated house, it's potentially 2,500 degrees. You can make a fire with that temperature. So if you apply that for something of 20 degrees inside, you're losing 95% of the quality. We don't count with that on the moment, but if you deal with the sun, it's only about that. So if you want 1 kilowatt hour body heat, you just go to the beach, you get it for free. And if you ask for the same kilowatt hour in electricity, you're going to pay. So in fact, the sun is dealing on quality instead of quantity. So what we do is we made an energy system without energy losses and the lowest exergy losses. It's very cheap, €3 per kilowatt hour storage, compared to battery, 300, even though it costs you 20 to 30,000 euro per house. So the barrier I feel is how to pre-finance, co-finance, zero costs energy systems for houses. So because it's zero emission, I'm thinking about this carbon credit wallet. And it can be human related, but it can also be house related. And I'm looking for examples. So if it already exists, it should be fine. I don't have to attend the challenge. If it doesn't exist or partly exists, well, there is still a chance. And I'm not sure it fits in Nature 2.0. I think the exergy strategy is quite new for the most of us. So that could fit. The building concept itself is existing. I mean, the technology readiness level is 9. And I struggle actually with energy network companies and pension funds because they simply don't know how to change, or they are under mandate, or they have really, let's say, organized problems which are not so simple to change. So that's why I'm thinking about this carbon credit wallet. It should be much easier to cooperate with energy companies or pension funds. But until now, I couldn't find any solution over there. So, thanks.
Is it important for you to become a millionaire?
I am a millionaire. By accident, by winning court cases. That's very bad.
You can now drop the mic.
Yeah. No.
So it's not about earning model. I'm not thinking in earning models because that's what I want to learn. So we don't start with earning or business models.
No, okay.
That's fine.
But there are some great concepts in there because you now translated it all to the world of today. But we can also use it for completely different narratives, and I really would like to work on that.
Yes, but okay. My dream is textile buildings filled with water. So then you, let's say, reduce the building weight with 100%. So we have now 100 kiloton per building, and that's only perhaps 1 kiloton per building. But that's a long way. That takes me 20 years. And this way already took me 20 years, so that's now ready to go. The only thing is missing is how to organize it. So I'm looking for changing organizations, not really looking for new technology again. I can do that, dreaming.
But then there are two challenges. That's,
okay, that's true.
And energy track.
Yeah.
And still, we would love to cooperate because you have some building blocks that would be extremely inspiring for people who want to rebuild the energy system, like, for example, Arash is doing.
Who is doing?
Arash Azami. He
yes.
pitched He did
Okay.
the 90
yeah,
slides.
we matched
seconds.
already.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So who's next?
Well,
who's
before we pass around, so now technically, because I've got this schedule in front of me, and of course, abundance commons. But what we're supposed to do right now is bring out the support team and talk about what it's like to be part of the Nature 2.0 team. And but there's so many people that want to talk. I don't know how to prioritize. Unfortunately, we do have a scarcity of time. I don't know how you'd like to prioritize this.
Yeah, I look to the big boss upstairs.
Shall we also invite the support team up and have them perhaps participate in the answering, or is that?
Yeah, that would be if they start. If Age, if Krijn, if the drawers and the video team already start sitting here, then if they can specifically help with your questions, we can start interactively start introducing the team, because we have a lot of people here that want to help you. And we want to give you the opportunity to know them, because as we said in the beginning, we are the odd in Odyssey, but we are not easy. We know that. We are the most challenging challenge. But we are also the most dedicated challenge to help you. So if you decide for the Nature 2.0 track, you will get help from the moment you become a team, in your preparation towards the hackathon, during the hackathon, and after the hackathon. So we can continue the questions, and at least in the last 15 minutes I want to introduce the team so that you get a feeling, okay, who are all those people? And some of the team is still staying upstairs. Yeah, they are coming.
And I'm going to trade you this microphone that doesn't have to be thrown for this one that can be thrown.
Yeah, that's for the really bad questions. Then you throw.
You don't know if they're bad yet, though. That's why it's tricky.
Yeah.
All right, so we're back to questioning. I'm going to start in the 2/3 back here, and I've totally lost any sense of fairness or order or justice. It's chaos. Tonight is the purge.
So, hello. My name is Dan.
Hi, Dan.
Hi. Well, we are coming from the telecom background, and we are playing with the idea of connecting humans to the AIs. So how can we give the AIs eyes and ears so that, for example, a human can call an AI? Is it possible to develop some kind of interface that every AI can use to immediately get this capability? So, defining the infrastructure and defining the interface for the AI, for example, on a marketplace where the other AIs can use to connect to the humans, and humans can just call them, or AIs can call humans, and maybe we can send an image, and then AI can articulate the founding of the image or video, or to the people that cannot use the technology in different way, but just call and talk to someone. So that could be, well, that's the idea that we are playing with.
It's an interesting building block, and it could be an essential building block. So what we're going to do together with Ibby and the technical guys of SingularityNET, we are going to host a technical deep dive on AI together with the community of 100,000 AI researchers to help all the teams that want to incorporate AI in their solutions. So we open it up not only for Nature 2.0, but all the teams that want to participate in a hackathon, or if you're just really, really passionate about AI, you should also come. What I like you to do is to connect after the hackathon so that we can talk a bit more if we can create a full Nature 2.0 narrative around it. Okay. But please write in your agenda March 21st, the tech deep dive with SingularityNET.
I will. Thank you.
Perfect.
Can I also ask a question?
Yeah, please.
Yes. She has that's an abundance of mics. Yeah.
I gave her the mic.
Just a crazy idea. But currently, drinking water is a scarce product, but water on this planet is not. So how would you change that narrative?
Yeah, well, The great thing is that there have been a lot of physical concepts around that already. I don't know the name of the movie, I can look it up, but I know there's a documentary on Netflix where people already created machines to take water out of the air. And if you start researching for that, and I know Aga can help you then with that, then you will see there are a lot of different solutions. If you talk to Arash, he also has a solution where it's water and energy that is used to create ice in the desert. So using the abundance of energy to create ice solutions. So as soon as you are really passionate about that, there will be a lot of crazy narratives that you can start researching from the moment now till February 25th, where you have to have a narrative that you offer as challenge. And as soon as you become a team, then one of the 10 teams in Nature 2.0, we will start the journey together of your preparation February 25th until April 11th. And you have a whole team helping you with your research, helping you with your numbers to get this thing done. But creating a solution for water could be one of the most important challenges for the Earth. So this is a very viable one.
There's a number of solutions from...
You need a mic for...
There's a whole number of biomimetic solutions of how organisms are capturing moist from either air or the soil or whatever. Yeah. So that could help you with the narrative. And there's also some people we know that are working on making drinkable rivers again. So how to take out all the pollution. So that could be another form. Instead of having GDP, we would have drinkable rivers as a measure of how well we are doing as a society. Yeah. So there's people we can hook you up with if you're interested. Yeah.
So hear out, if you're passionate about water, within a week you could be in a completely different world where you see all those different water solutions and you have the burden of choosing, okay, what are we going to do during the hackathon? So it's not the problem, okay, how can we build it, but I have an abundance of solutions.
I also want to say, in addition to what you mentioned, somehow whenever I ride my bike, my pants are always wet afterwards, so there's some sort of water generation going on. I feel like over here there was a thing, but now I'm done worrying about it. So there you go, and then you. 1, 2. Order.
Yeah, no, I was thinking earlier from the first presentation about how eventually the system goes back to universal basic income to cover needs. But what if the need itself is an autonomous governing system? And then you think about housing, how, and this applies to a bunch of other conversations here. What if the housing itself is self-owning? And I mean, I pay rent. My house is 100 years old because it says 1914 right above the door. And I think that house has not been changed since then. And I have a landlord, which is shit. So, so the thought is I'm paying rent, I'm paying a really high rent. This rent increases every year because somehow just the house, by standing there, it increases in value, because even though nothing happens to it.
Well, you're there. You're there.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, I'm gonna move out. I don't think the house will reduce in value after that. But no, the thought is, well, if this house is self-owning, then whoever lives in it pays money to the house. The house uses that money to reinvest in itself. You know, if there's an issue, it gets fixed. You don't have to rely on a landlord to get your sink fixed. And at the same time, this money, once it reaches a surplus, for example, it may pay its own mortgage back to the government, for example, or even reinvest into new housing complexes. There's a huge amount of lack of housing, especially affordable housing, at least in Utrecht, where I'm from. I imagine Amsterdam as well. So yeah, that was just a thought, especially it sparked from a bunch of the conversations going on here. Where do you find funding to implement new ideas into housing? Well, if the housing itself is self-owned and has the money.
But I feel like self-owning houses is exactly what you're talking about. And again, it fits into a greater ecosystem of like a self-owning house that makes a smart, you know, blockchain contract with a self-owning energy grid.
Yeah.
And they're delivering energy
and pays itself owning urban vegetation and whatever, and like makes the whole environment better.
And if I can bring it back to the beginning, they're all built with recycled plastic logos from the drones.
Maybe. Yeah, you can even go into the DAO idea of the community itself makes the decisions in the end of the day, and which you don't have right now. The government says we need housing here. There's a big contractor builds the houses, doesn't really consider the needs of the people that actually need to live there. But if you have a DAO that governs this whole thing, then maybe that's a
Those
I won't be pursuing that, but maybe someone, I don't know.
Yeah, those are definitely the thinking lines. Then the challenge is, can we make it more crazy? And then you come in a kind of Harry Potter world where you do like this, and the house exists. Then it would be great if there's no discussion about money. So the money prevents the magic. And this is when you when you start bouncing off ideas. And so this is already crazy, but can you make it more crazy? Because the Lego blocks from the first question were there for free. Yeah. The machines that can build a house were designed by Greg's last hackathon, and their code is already open source. So you can use those open source code and then start elements with that.
Yeah.
I think we're in agreement. That's a good idea. We'll bring it.
So,
we'll bring
to spin the mind a little bit more about imaginable and I think unbuildable is one thing that I have a scarcity of. We live in a Western world, so we have everything already in abundance and stuff like that. But can we make time abundant? Because I have a scarcity on time.
Well, the nice thing, and you then watch out. Imagine you have an hour of rest, all for yourself. This means for all the startups of the world that they are missing out of an hour of sales opportunity. All the startups of the world are in the current phase thinking about how can I break this hour of silence, because then I can sell my product. Can I make you weary? Can I get your mind to connect unconsciously? Because I want to break that hour of silence. This is the behavior we reward in the world of today. So what we are doing without framing it like this is by creating non-economical ecosystems, we free up the time that would be stolen from the commercial parties. The second thing we do is you have intrinsic motivation, the things you're really passionate about, and extrinsic motivation, the things we like, because we can explain our children that they have to go to school, although they don't like it, so that they have to get a job that they don't like, but they can pay for their mortgage. So in this old world, you have to do a lot of things that cost time that you really don't like. What we want to think you about are systems that are purely intrinsically motivated. So you get back the time that counts. If somebody forces you in a lock-in, you have to decide, and we both work in the energy industry, who really likes to decide what energy company to buy energy from? What kind of contract? For how many years? What kind of wind? Those are all questions that are forced upon the entities who want or need to make money out of us. What if energy is just always there and you can forget about it, like the oxygen? Wouldn't that give you back a lot of time? So without stating it, what we're doing is giving the only resource that is scarce for humans back to the people. And as soon as we solve the problem of longevity, that's where we co-create with the pension funds. Because if we now get 50 years older and healthy, like we already do with mice, it's not totally magic, but for mice we can do it already now. They would say, yeah, this cannot be. People cannot get 50 years older. But we are preparing society so that if you like the if you like the life you're living, it is okay. Our system can handle it. That's why it's so important to work on these crazy narratives.
That's fantastic. That is such a good closing statement, and yet we have 10 more minutes.
Yeah, but now I'm going to then I'm going to use those 10 minutes to maybe start there and give the mic to the people. Okay. These are all people here. Jonathan, come here because you are very special, but you are part of the community. Yeah. And Tegan, you should sit here as well. Please share how you're going to help the people. And if you're this is the lead video guy. As lead video guy, tell what the team is going to do, and if you are one of the video team, then just elaborate short on that.
Yeah, so I'm the video guy. I also have a name. My name is Maarten.
Yeah.
But I will help you share your story. I will ask you questions, which I think are the right questions to make your story be heard and come over to your target audience. So I will be helping you, and you will be inspiring me. So that.
And the magic of Maarten that he can also let me look cool. I don't know how he does it, but he can.
He just touches up the natural coolness.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'm Kim. I'm a community builder of Nature 2.0, fresh, so just started this month. But I can help the teams with their questions and linking them to our own community or the partner communities, like the Friends of Nature 2.0. That's before the hackathon. And on the hackathon itself, I'm in the, I think, reporting media team, social media, but also interviews and stuff like that to get your story out there. So, yeah, that's it.
And it is with all due respect and weight on everybody's voice. I know we've only got 6 minutes, so we can really...
Okay. Very fast then. Hello everyone, my name is Stefan, I'm from Antwerp. My passion would be to build on the narrative and to make it more accessible and desirable also for people who are non-nerds, people out of here, so that even our grandmothers can be proud of what we are doing by really understanding what we are doing. Yeah? So that would be my passion. I don't know how yet, maybe I think we will team up, Ken and I. We don't know the format yet. Will we be writing or doing a television show, a podcast show, or anything else? We don't know yet, so all your feedback might be welcome. So that's what we're going to do.
Well, my name is Krijn, I'm from Amsterdam. What Stefan just said, we're going to team up and talk to you about your plans and try to make it more accessible for normal people. And those normal people, well, maybe we can help you also make a better narrative for yourself, and maybe even make a better project. We'll just see in the future. But yeah, here you go.
Hello, I'm Stephanie. I hated to stand next to the tall guy. I'm actually not that small, yeah. So I'm Stephanie. I'm basically Berlin in Germany, yeah. I joined JP a couple of months ago, lost my car and everything else on the way, yeah. I go all the way down to Nature 2.0. I help you with building communities, strengthen communities, connect you to communities, connect you to VCs, conferences and everything, because that's what I'm doing. So if you would like to know if there's an idea that you could connect, reach out to Kim or me. Yeah, and I'm not so small.
Hi all, I'm Niels. I'm a video editor. I work in the video team with Maarten, and we will be following the communities towards the hackathon and make awesome videos to share with the world.
Yeah. So there will be 10 grand stories of all the teams. So you have a whole story to share on all the social media you can imagine.
Let's take the stage here.
Yeah.
So, hi, I'm Robert, and in my daily life I'm a visual thinker. That means I support and help organizations by making their ideas, structures, concepts visual by most of the time immediately drawing along. The same thing I will be doing for the teams on the hackathon. Last year that proved to be of great value. At first starting off by trying to eliminate blind spots and obstacles along the way before you start prototyping. On the other hand, it really helps presenting and making your pitch for your solution at the end of the hackathon. I will be bringing a team of other visual thinkers that will help you through the wonders of visual facilitation. So that's it.
And those are?
Yeah, so I'm Lotte. I'm one of the other illustrators, and also I'm industrial design student, so I do a lot with the social aspects of people and systems, so that's a nice addition, I think. So I will have the same position on the hackathon and help you to visualize all the stuff. So.
Hi, my name is Jessica. I'm also a visual facilitator. I unfortunately will not be drawing with the Nature 2.0 team, but I will be there at the hackathon, but visualizing for all the teams, like making one of those wall visualizations that you see behind us, but then probably like 5 times longer, to include what's happening throughout the entire weekend. So please come find me if you hear something really cool, or you're struggling or whatever, then we'll make sure that you get a little spot on the visualization. I wish you guys all the luck. I'm also a product designer with my background, so drawing, thinking about things in the world, and I'm going to give it on right now.
Hi, Aag van der Meij. Ask me from now on if you have any thoughts about the unimaginable but buildable, and then the how questions, come to me. I can help you with research, I can help with technology, and I can maybe help you to connect the dots that are so difficult to connect sometimes late during the Friday night or the Saturday night. Those are the times I will try to be there, and please find me. Last year I was wearing a Jedi suit, sorry for this. But find me for the research and the technology, and we'll be pushing out our technology radar, a new one, that actually illustrates some of the new technologies out there that might be of assistance for you. Wish you a lot of luck in the coming weeks.
Yeah. So that means that every story our teams are going to tell is scientifically sound. It's crazy and scientifically sound. That is what Aage and his colleague Marcel de Bruin is going to do.
Hi everyone, my name is Tegan Klein. Basic income has been a passion of mine for quite some time. So my job here is to help connect the dots to make this abundant future possible. So if you have any questions, if you feel like you want to help but you're lost and you don't know where you fit in, come talk to me and I'll help you find that. I'll help you connect with the team, find a team, anything like that.
Yeah. And like how Stephanie is a connection to all of Berlin, Tegan is a connection to America. So it is helping you to explode your possibilities.
My name's Jonathan Talbot. I'm helping you spread your ideas. I'm the guy who stands behind TED speakers and makes sure that they make sense, and that's my job for you, helping make you make sense when you're talking to anybody else. Thanks.
Yeah. So, when you are pitching in this incredible stage with Prince Constantine and the stage secretary, Jonathan is going to ensure that you have a TEDx level pitch. We have the video team that will tape you. We have the designers and the visual designers who can create your storyline. You will look so cool while you're telling the story how to build the unimaginable and show how you built it.
We have met that's the whole team.
That's only part of the team, but for the time
this is the tip of the team iceberg.
Yeah.
And how about one round of applause for the whole team that we can see.
Woo!
I'd like to close this up. Do you have any final thing you want to say, briefly?
Briefly is not my strong point.
I know.
Yeah. connect to the friends of Nature 2.0 who did a 2-minute pitch, because by giving them only 2 minutes, they had to shorten their story. If you talk to Jurien, he already has connections to the ministry in Chad. He has arranged things. He has talks with the Dutch embassy. So if you go to work with him, it's going to explode. The permanent beta guys, it's an incredible community of already a lot of thinkers. Arash has been working on the stream for several years, so connect to these people because they have so much more to offer as they could share with you in those 2 minutes if you feel some kind of connection to their ideas. I thank you a lot for your energy of staying here. I thank you for making it a shareable story. I thank you for your criticism and making them laughs, and we need your Bond villain voice for a lot of the other ideas. Yeah.
And thank you, Jan Peter.
And as last, such a work of art can only be if there is one person who grabs it and takes it to a high level. Thank you, Kim, for making this happen.
Thank you, sir. And I don't want to forget everybody that spoke as well. A round of applause for all of our speakers today who helped get things into perspective. And then I want to say something cheesy, like the last round of applause should be for everybody who wants to be part of Nature 2.0. But instead of saying that, I'm going to say something different, which is it's time for drinks. Look. Drinks are a great opportunity, first of all, to talk to members of the team, to find new team members for your team, to keep huddling in a corner and swiping right and left on the app to get to know team members in a virtual and somewhat creepy manner. Can we put the slide back up there one last time that shows the app? Also the heartbeat is important. No, you guys have seen that app thing all day. It doesn't matter. But the last thing I want to say is, if you've got an idea that you wanted to bring up, you wanted to pitch it, Jan Peter will be here until he is thrown out physically of the building. So feel free to pitch him the idea. Let's all have a drink, and thank you guys very much. Kick some ass as we move to April 11th. I really like a drink. I'm not gonna lie. I drank a sandwich. So many.